The Israeli military says it attacked military buildings and headquarters of Islamic Jihad organizations in Syria. Bitcoin falling below $90,000 now. It's down around 1.6%. Also, just noting S&P 500 extending declines now as well. Down around spot 2%. Fed's Barkin says, I look at real-time indicators for signal, like unemployment claims.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting possible comments from Fed's Kugler. Fed's Barkin says that weekly credit card spending may also provide a good indicator of direction of consumption. And Barkin clarifies the best inflation data is government data, like CPI and PCE. Fed Sparkin says the Fed is trying to normalize its balance sheet and not use it to tighten financial conditions. Fed Sparkin says the jury is still out on how recent labour settlements will impact overall wages in the economy. And Barkin says uncertainty is one of the reasons to be gradual and cautious about declaring victory over inflation. The Fed refuses to back the Basel climate plan, leaving talks in limbo.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Oh God, we're inside the Discord right now. And it's just, it's making me cry laughing. I'm like dying over here. We're coming into first PT right now. Sorry. Just a heads up, we are coming into the first target. So PT1 should be, like right about here. I would like to see the extension down, but we may get like breakthrough, but watch out for like the retrace, then the slam through the weekly low right here, okay? So just keep a note here. We tag it and then fucking do it later in a little bit, okay? Something like that. We may go down and break through it. I'd like to see at least. I'd like to see at least pop down. But then we come back later for it. That's you're basically at your first target. Let the FOMOers take the last little bit of this. And just note that whenever we break through here, that we should retrace some of this. We should come up here, and then we'll make our next leg down to 93, 94, 93. Get that weekly low taken out. And a little bit of Yellen doom might help us out into the open tomorrow to get down here to this is where I'm buying the dip, 90, 92. Anything in here, I'm in. So we're getting closer. We're almost there. Almost there, gang. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. You guys want to know why I'm not on the show just yet? My voice is annihilated. So I'll be on the show later this morning, but I am inside the Discord, and we've been short since the open. So if you want to get inside the Discord and chat with us there, you can. It's a near perfect trade, by the way. On the open this morning at 9:30, we knew there'd be a spike up and then set it down. Hit our first target right here. There might be one more. There might be one more, quick roll through. Whoop. Just to get that break of S1. And then we are looking for a pull up and then down to get through the weekly low right here. Hopefully tag 593.33, something like that. Also, just watch this chart down below here. So this chart right here, you'll see it. You guys just see that right there? Like the break down below, and then the rejection. We slam down into 59.50 next. And this would get us our new low if we can get underneath it. And then we'd roll down here and catch some new lows. You can see that prior low right, the prior low right here. It's that prior low right there. We want to get underneath that. So that would be right about here.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the weekly EIA natural gas change forecast build of 39 BCF on the prior build of 69 BCF. 1 minute remaining. $10. Build 42 BCF, build 42 BCF, higher than the expected build of 39 BCF.
Republican U.S. Senator Cornyn says, I absolutely want to review the House ethics report on Trump's Attorney General nominee Matt Gaetz.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Just be careful here if you are wanting to get short again. Just be careful. Make sure you're using your rules. You want to see? I want to show you guys something here. See that 1 minute trigger coming up right now? Yeah, I want to tell you guys something here really quick. So this morning, right? They were here, right? Sellers were there. Sellers were right here. This morning we knew they were up here. Right? Let's take a peek there. We figured they were right here and they would sell down. We knew we'd bounce off of this PT1 down here. Now, you'd think that we would fucking auto roll down here. But I'm watching option flow this morning in the background just to see, like, is there any fear out there or anything? And I'm telling you guys, they don't fucking care. Every fucking low is being bought. I'm not joking. Like, I'm watching the like live tape come through right now, and it's just fucking load up. You get down here, hit that PT1 for the day, buy. They just don't fucking care. Now, the stuff that they're buying isn't, printing today, but it is showing that demand. Like if we get down to 95, you buy it. You get down to 92, you buy it. You get down to 90, you buy it. That's all they're doing. Every time we come down here to like a weekly low, anywhere down here, like this is the weekly low here from Tuesday. They just don't fucking care. And they're loading up like NVDA ERs, SPX. I'm watching calls for like 2,400 on SPX, millions of dollars long into early December. December 2nd, there's a big one going right now. They just don't fucking care. So I want to see us roll down here. Just be aware that NVIDIA looks really bullish right now. Just looking at NVIDIA right now, this is NVIDIA's chart. It wants to fuck to the upside right now. So like the charts look great. Hopefully dealers don't get overrun. At some point, they are going to get overrun. That could be today. That could be tomorrow. Could be JPOW triggers it today. There's just relentless fucking buying. I'm telling you. Yeah, exactly. 2,400 on SPX. Way, way lower. Super in the money. It's like a synthetic long owning the underlying. So, but it's just wild. They just don't fucking care. It's like buy, buy, buy. And it's big money. This isn't retailers. This is, these are pros down there buying all this shit. Fucking $1 million trades. I'm watching like $1 million trades just roll across the screen every time we get down here. They just don't fucking care. So anyone out there telling you they're bearish or anything, no. Nope. Any opportunity, load the fuck up for a holiday trade, for your first holiday trade. Just be careful. One of these, I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, but like one of these bottoms, the V shape is going to hold. It's just going to start fucking running. It's off and running, and we're out of here. And we're not going to come back. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I don't know if this even holds right here. I think they're still here, but one of these times, right? These guys are going to get run over pretty hard. So I don't know when that is. I'm hoping for more down. I want to get 92 or 90 on SPX or on SPY. And we're at 95 right here. So and the weekly low from Tuesday is right here. And as a matter of fact, what you want to be looking for here, is like this, like the weekly low from Tuesday is right here. If these fucking bears, or not bears, I'm using that as a heel, but if these sellers can't get us underneath this weekly low, you have a higher weekly low. This could be it right here. This could be the low of the week, a higher low from Tuesday's low. So if you're a seller, you want to be watching this quite closely here. This action, this price action, the next. You better like JPOW is normally not the bear, and we got Yellen, I guess, coming out today. I didn't see where it said she was going to be out here today, but I was told earlier in the chat that maybe Super Bear Yellen will come out and talk about tariffs, but this is kind of an inflection point right here. You want to, it doesn't have to happen now, but you want to see that break of the Tuesday low to get bearish for fucking Friday. If you don't get that new weekly low, you can kiss all this shit away. Kiss all that away, and we will run higher. It'll trigger buying, like it's already triggered buying. So we'll watch it closely here and see what happens. If you're a seller, this is important to you as a seller to get to break below this 594.38. All right, I'll be back with you. I'll be on the show in just a bit here.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast a build of 1.6 million on the prior build of 2.149 million, with a range of a build of 3.5 million to a draw of 3.27 million. And gasoline inventories forecast a build of 1 million on the prior build of 0.412 million. Distiller inventories forecast a build of 1.266 million on the prior build of 2.947 million. And crude Cushing inventories prior a build of 0.522 million. And Fitch Ratings say US post-election policy changes may have implications for Europe's corporate sectors. At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast a build of 1.6 million on the prior build of 2.149 million, with a range of a build of 3.5 million to a draw of 3.27 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 1 million on the prior build of 0.412 million. Distillate inventories forecast a build of 1.266 million on the prior build of 2.947 million. And crude Cushing inventories, prior a build of 0.522 million.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories. Ten seconds. Build 2.089 million. Build 2.089 million, higher than the expected build of 1.6 million. Gasoline inventories, draw 4.407 million, draw 4.407 million, lower than the expected build of 1 million. Distiller inventories, draw 1.394 million, draw 1.394 million, lower than the expected build of 1.266 million. And crude Cushing inventories, draw 0.688 million, draw 0.688 million. Seeing some upside in WTI oil. So the US to sell $16 billion in 20-year bonds on November 20th to settle on December 2nd. The US to sell $81 billion in 3-month bills on November 18th to settle on November 21st. So the US to sell $72 billion in 6-month bills on November 18th to settle on November 21st. And the US to sell $17 billion in reopened 10-year tips on November 21st to settle on November 29th. Fed bids for 4-week bills total $278.2 million.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Yeah, I can hear a bunch of you guys talking on the market chat, by the way. A bunch of you didn't mute your microphones. All right, I'll be on the show here in just a minute.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $95 billion in 4-week bills. Prior high yield 4.515% and a prior bid cover of 2.63.
All right, here we go. Check 1, 2, down. Check 1, 2, baby. Check 1, 2. All right, what do we got going on here? Now, I don't know if, a quick second here. I don't know. I might need a second Discord account. Do I have everything on? I think I do. Kind of got the shaft today. My housekeeper is not here. Check. Some kind of bummed right now. Let her.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $95 billion in
bruh.
4-week bills. Prior high yield 4.
Kind of bummed out today.
Prior bid cover of 2.63.
I'm all, I don't know what to say in public here, but when you get stuff made for you every day, like coffee and water and whatever you want, and then they're gone, sucks. It sucks really bad. So you might see me taking more breaks than usual today. Shouldn't say that, but it's true. Now, some other notes here. I don't know if I can interact with you on the Discord chat right now. I turned on a stream, a live data feed for options flow, in a voice channel for all members. It's in the, where is it? It's in the Speak No Evil voice channel. So if you're any kind of a member, you can watch that feed. That feed should speed up and slow down as you come into perceived bottoms and tops, right? Support and resistance. So you can watch for the flows that are coming in at that point. I was watching it this morning because theoretically, today, tomorrow, we should hit one of these bottoms and V-shape directionally. Not a fake V-shape, right? Not a V-shape like this where it stalls, right? Where it won't stall and it'll begin to run. And so I'm looking for those flows, or if we're not getting those flows, right? Are we getting those flows, not getting those flows into the market? What's shocking is that nobody fucking cares. They don't fucking care. They're just buying. They're like, every time we come down to near a weekly low, like this is the Tuesday low right here where my cursor is, they just don't fucking care. They're just like, here's $1 million. It's $1 million long NVDA. $1 million OTM, reverse triangle, diagonals. Like, we're going to move huge here. And it's a lot of money, and it's not retailers. Is it you? You guys spend $1 million fucking trades right now? I don't know who is, but I'm assuming it's, hold on here. Oopsie, hold on. Bork's like, you got a booger hanging out of your nose. I'm like, I just wiped my nose. Thank you, Bork. So I'm losing my voice here too. I'm losing my voice this morning. My voice is fucking, it's bad. Thank you, Bork. Bork watching out for me in the background. He's like, there's a giant dildo in the background still vibrating. You can't hear it? Booger nights. So, like, they're stepping in to buy, is my point. Normally, I don't see that unless it's a real true V shape. Like, if we're risk off, I usually don't see, like, call buying. Like, normally, like, so if we're making legs down, let's say, right?
The 4-week bill.
I'll see, like, 0 to 8 calls come in. Then they'll be closed, right? That's not what they're buying down there. They're buying, like, long December 2nd. SPX 2400, $5 million, please. Wham, right there. Synthetic longs on SPX, right? Just buy it. I don't care. We don't know if it's going down anymore. So, and these V-shaped recoveries are stalling, right? There's just every day this week they're just stalling, and people are just slamming the buy button. So, and we're not risk off. I don't see shit tons of puts coming across the board unless it's 0 date stuff. Like, VolWiz says something that I find fascinating. He says 0 dates run this market. He's like, on an intraday basis, 0 dates are running this market, period. And I tend to agree with that. Back in the day, you could put on a weekly call or a weekly put or monthly call, monthly put, come back, and it prints 20, 30, 40% on the regular. These days, you get a V-shaped recovery. Not today, but like some days you get a V-shaped recovery. They price the whole fucking move in day 1, then pull it back day 2, and grind you out the rest of the way. Like, you can literally get your trade done with your PTs on a V-shape same day. Not always, but usually same day, next day. And then they just cut you up the entire way. If you guys have ever, like, back in the day, you could put a call on or a put, a monthly or a 3-month out call or put, and that shit would print. If you knew the direction, it would print. These days, they just cut you the whole entire way, and the option gets annihilated the entire trip. It's very like price and time oriented. If you hit your target and price, you get the fuck out. You're out. You're done. You don't wait for it to go up more. You just get your money and you walk away, because you might come back tomorrow and it's you're up 300%, 400%, 500%. And your next day, it's like down 0, flat. So those things, to me, that market's changed. And so anyways, at any rate, right now what's going on is every single bottom, they're just loading up, but not on 0 dates. They're just loading up on longs for a print for Thanksgiving. So they're out there. They're buying. And you can see it, right? We're stalled right here, but we're not rolling either, are we? And NVDA right now looks really strong. It looks really good. Like, I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, hey, NVIDIA wants to murder somebody. It wants to totally go higher. And we're making jokes inside the Discord this morning about Billy. This is die Billy, die. I always buy the VWAP. I always buy the 20 EMA and the 50 EMA every single time, no matter what. I don't care. My $500 a month Faru tells me that if I buy that every single time, it's going to print 9 out of 10 times.
7-7, 2 spots.
That's what they're doing. There's no other way to say it. There's nothing else to talk about, and they're doing it with size too. So it's not really Billy. It's got to be like a hedge fund. It's the fear of missing out by people that have been on sidelined all year long. That's what it's got to be. It's got to be like hedge funds that have been sidelined. If you look specifically at NASDAQ minus Mag 7, it's gone nowhere. Like, it's gone nowhere, and there's been no risk on those tickers either. So they're probably lying their fucking faces off to us, and they're getting long as fuck. They're trying to like capture that end of year window dressing. And they don't care. It's just like hand over fist. Got to catch up. Got to get my numbers. Got to get my bonuses. Got to get my clients what they need. And I'm going to do it all the last 2 months of the year. Last 3 months. We're going to do November, December, January. I don't know, Nino. I don't think they fucking care, man. I think it's just like, shoveling cash into the furnace, and they just don't care. They just don't care. So for me, I want 92.90. I want some spread there. Like, I don't like buying 95 to trade 602.50 or 605. 95 to 602, 605. Was that 60 points, 70 points? I really like that I like that. I like a larger spread. You got to remember too. It's like, you got to remember there's a trade, right? In that trade, you have, the bottom of that trade. Hold on here. Let's just go underneath all this and show a black screen. Let's say you're trying to get long, right? Do you want to try to get long? Like you got this part right here, right? This is like risk, right? Sorry about that. That's risk or FOMO. And this is me. Or this is where you and I want to be. Most of you don't even want to put risk on until this proves itself, right? Back test starts heading higher. And the rest of you usually buy that. And at any time that can roll down on you. Now, this zone right here is big. But you want it to be as big as it possibly can be, right? So you want it to be 100 points, 120, 110. You don't want it to be 50, 60 points, 70 points. If you do 70 points, you got, 10 here, 10 here, and that only leaves you 50 right here, right? It's not a lot of money. So, and you're not really in it for too long. Why take that risk for 50 points? I want to take that fucking risk for 100 points, 150 points, something like that, or at least 100 points. And I don't think I'm asking for much here. Let's look at the trigger screen. I don't think I'm asking for too much here. The daily trigger is way, 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 way down there, right? Way down there. And I'm not even asking for the full pullback until the week of Thanksgiving. I just want, just a little bit, 90, 92, and just getting long in here, right? And they just don't give a fuck. They're just like, buy. They're just buying it all. Just buy. They just don't fucking care. Buy it all. We're going up. It's like a fevered pitch. So we're calling him Billy, by the way. His name is Billy. And Billy just don't give a fuck. Yeah, exactly. 2 more hours of chop. Exactly. 2 hours of chop. Then you get the dealers just unloading on Billy, right? So Billy doesn't care. Billy's and like dealers are unloading. They're de-hedging themselves of Delta, ready to take the trade up or down or whatever. So just be patient. It's hard. I know. It's hard to talk to people about this. When we started the week on Sunday, it's like, what am I going to tell these guys all week? It's going to be the same story, right? Until we get through OpEx. And we don't have Vixpiration this week, so there's no news story. It's an entire week of parking the fucking bus is what it is. Normally, the nice part about having Vixpiration same week is we can get some action midweek usually, right? And there's none of that this week. It's just grind. Hit OpEx. We're out of here. Billy's going to go work for Mary the Landscaper. She's fucked. Not yet, but she's going to be fucked. She's going to try to have some kids here the next few years, and she's going to turn around and want to refi her house. She's going to find out that whatever she bought that shit for is nowhere near valued at what she bought it at. I can't wait either. I can't wait for Mary to wake the fuck up to that shit. She's gonna shit her pants. You know what's cool? Detroit was not at any of those lists. It's one of the cities that's growing right now. You can actually see it in real time. People are looking for value right now, even though I think to me Detroit's becoming overvalued. But to the rest of the United States, it's still dirt cheap. Detroit's on the rise with its real estate right now, but most of America is rolling over right now. That doesn't really affect us right now, though. It's going to take a few years for that to be material, I think. I think it takes multiple years for that to like matter in the macro environment. But the market is rolling over. The real estate market is rolling the fuck over right now all across the U.S. And to boot in that market rolling over, new home builders are undercutting homes or older home sellers. So if you own a home and let's say it's, I don't know, 10 years old, 20 years old, you have competition by new home builders that are sellers that are lowering their prices lower than you. So you're getting outmatched with perceived newness in a house. Although I don't like new homes today. I haven't been a fan of new homes for the past 10 years personally, but what a home is, the concept of what a home is changing drastically. I'm assuming when I'm long gone and dead, everything will be rented and it'll be disposable, including homes. Homes remind me of a mobile home construction, like a unibody type. Mobile homes are constructed like with a unibody. If you were like if you were to think about like a house being a frame, like a car has a frame or a unibody, homes today are more like unibodies. Let me check. You want to check New Jersey? What do you got? Where do you live in New Jersey? I'll check right now what your market's doing for you. So I want you guys to know something too. The federal, or not the Federal Reserve, but hold on here. I'm gonna show you guys something. I'll get some data for you guys. So you know, like you're saying not New Jersey, right? So the Case-Shiller index, right? Most indexes lag by about 3 months. Our guy there, Wolf Richter, came up with a using, I don't know what exact, I forget what he's using for the software, but he built his own housing charts. And he's getting his data from, I guess, Realtor.com has real-time data that does not lag by 3 months. So whenever you're like seeing the Fed and the preferred gauges from Wall Street, they're lagging by about 3 months. And Wolf Richter's been developing a leading indicator for home sales. And he's been hammering this for the past year now, maybe 9 months, year. One of the reasons I sold was due to Wolf Richter. Like, he was able to pretty much time the top of the market too. He kind of confirmed that that 20-year housing cycle was coming to a top, to confirm that we were rolling, because you have there's like a fake out period, and then when you get one more top, traditionally. We'll check and see right now what New Jersey looks like, if you're rolling over or not. Because what will happen is you'll get your report in 3 months from Case-Shiller, right? That should start to leak. It should start to leak that we're rolling over this report. It should start showing in Case-Shiller. I think it's last 3 months been going on. No, 4 months, I think. So I think you'll start to see the degradation in Case-Shiller. We have a report coming up here shortly, right? This week, next week. You should start to see the Case-Shiller begin to soften as we get into the new year. Where are you at? You're in Wayne? Let me see here. Major. Let me check this out and see. Newark. I don't see you on my list here. Let me check, though. Let me look. I don't see your town on my list here. What do we got here? I'm going to list them off to you. I can do that, too, because he lists them all here. As a matter of fact, New York City is topping right now. like actively at this moment topping. New York City is just now, like it's just starting to peak right now. I'm looking right now. Should I just read these off maybe? Yeah, LA is topping right now. LA is topping. New York is topping. Miami is topping. Atlanta is topping. Kansas City. Well, I'll just read them to you. He's got so many of them in here. You ready? Like Austin, San Fran, Tampa, San Antonio, Dallas, Atlanta, Denver, San Diego, Houston, Boston, Phoenix, Sacramento, Columbus, Charlotte, Portland, Kansas City, Miami, Seattle, Minneapolis, Nashville, L.A., Chicago. Then we got more that have been rolling for a period of time. Austin, San Fran, Phoenix, San Antonio, Denver, Sac City, SLC, Portland, Dallas, Seattle, Honolulu, Tampa, Nashville, Houston. But if you reach out to Wolf Richter, he'll tell you what Jersey's doing. You can just ask him. So you can tell him what's going on in Jersey. And the reason being is you want to know before, right? You don't want to be like 3-month lagging in data for where you live. And Detroit's still climbing, thank fucking God. But I don't know how much longer that's going to be. I think once the pull comes in, that doesn't necessarily mean we implode either. I think Wolf addressed that. I'm not positive, but I think he did. When we roll the housing market over, it's not necessarily where you get like an immediate crash or anything in the stock market. The stock market can roll slowly. It could be, I think he put it this way. He said it could be pop or poof. And even if it's pop or poof, regardless, it's a slow process. When you see something happening like that, it's like a Zamboni coming across the ice. It's going to take a while for it to get to you, where it really truly matters. Yeah. There's some, like he was yelling at somebody or more than one person. He was yelling at a few people. They were like dooming it up in his chat, and he was like, no. He's like, that's not how this shit happens. He's like, this shit's like a year's process here. It's like 2, 3, 4 fucking years, 5 years sometimes. And you're like looking to buy fucking 0 dates today for a stock market crash today. And he's like, no. And I'm like, I agree. You're not going to notice it. If you really want to notice it, or if you want how do you know when it matters? There's 2 or 3 key things you want to look for. The housing market's a weird thing. Like, I say that to you, just like what I just said to you. It doesn't matter until it does, and it can take a long time for it to matter, and it may go slowly. Now, saying that, at some point it can reach a tipping point. And the only way I've ever known to see that or recognize that is when I see mass for sale signs in a neighborhood, and you also see unkempt lawns. If you see unkempt lawns, like unmowed lawns, and you see lots of for sale signs all at once, time to panic. And that's normally panic happening in your neighborhoods. And they can't control themselves, right? They're all talking, right? Neighbors are talking. They're talking about it being a buyer's market, and they're talking about their realtors telling them, sorry, Bob, I know you bought your home for $800,000, but the market is a buyer's market, and your home is now worth $6 million if you're lucky, and you have competition. That's the other scary part. Even when you're like that tipping point can be quick. And housing market prices can drop really fast in those moments. And not only fast, but the demand from the buy side can be kind of fucked up. Those buyers can be really, if they're smart enough, when they turn smart, they will become picky, right? So maybe there's like 10 houses at, I don't know, $800,000, they're going to buy the one that's the best of those homes, or perceived to be the best of those homes for that price, which kind of sucks, right? For you as the seller, that can really suck. A lot of people rely upon, I mean, as an American, your greatest investment is usually what? Your first home, right? Your main domicile. If you become a buyer, like our tax systems, everything's built around you. Going to school, some kind of school, get whatever you need to get to make money in life. Get married, straight, gay, I don't care. Get married, have some children, get tax breaks, buy a home, get tax breaks, that kind of stuff, right? I would say it's probably the main traditional storage of wealth for people. Some of you would probably say Bitcoin is for unmarried people without kids, or it's switched maybe from their home to Bitcoin. You could have that argument, but the main, still traditionally for most of America, it's buy a house, move up, and over the years, right? You get your starter home, then you get a larger home. I think most people buy 3 homes in their lifetime, sometimes 5, and then they downscale when they get into their 50s and 60s. To a place they don't have to take care of as much. Most older people do. They get a smaller, like they go into like a HOA or something like that. That's why you see so many HOAs where there's always problems, right? Some guy that's fucking retired wants to tell you can't put a garden gnome on your front lawn or they're going to seize your home or some shit like that. They got nothing better to fucking do all day long than bitch about your garden gnome. Yeah, well, where it's at is Wolf is the place so Wolf Street is where I go, and I'm not the only one. You ask like Jedi Marcus, Volwiz, I think even Andy Constan's in there. I'm almost sure he's in there. I think I've seen like a couple usernames where I'm like, that's fucking Andy Constant in there. Because he does a really good job of, like, Andy Constant knows the bond market, right? Can't say he doesn't. And the other guy, Bob, really knows the stock market or the bond market too. Bob, I forget his name. Those guys know like the ins and outs of that stuff. But Wolf really simplifies it, and like crayons, right? Draw a crayon in a chart. What does this mean? He does a really good job at that. And what I like about Wolf Richter in particular is the number of people. Like, Twitter's a weird place. Like, Twitter is like, FinTwit to me is like, there's a lot of regurgitation and on Twitter, and it's often inaccurate or wrong. Even when it's simplified, it's wrong. So, like, people will go into Wolf's blog and try to regurgitate shit that they hear elsewhere, whatever the standard garbage is, and he shits all over it. He just, like, destroys and annihilates all that garbage, and he simplifies it for you and says, this is what it really is. This is what this means. This is how it impacts the stock market. And the guy is normally right. The guy is, like, generally speaking, correct, which is awesome, because you don't always get that from FinTwit, right? It's hard sometimes, or it's more complicated than you understand, right? Like, sometimes I'll read something that Andy's talking about or Bob in depth, and I'm like, fuck me, man. Like, I have no fucking idea what these guys are talking. Not as much anymore, but years ago, I'd be like, I don't fucking understand what the fuck those guys, like, I understand the basic shit, but the cat shit wrapped in cat shit wrapped in cat shit wrapped in cat shit trade, I'm like, fuck, I gotta connect all the dots. I gotta fucking write this down and write the entire circle with fucking crayons. And that's what, I'm not that smart. I'm not Andy Constant smart. No, I'm never going to claim to be that guy. Or Bob, whoever, I forget what Bob's last name is. I'm not a Bond guy. I would never be, or claim, or even want to be that kind of a guy, or an accountant, or that kind of a guy. I'm just not that guy. That shit would drive nails in my fucking head. I want to hit myself in the head with a hammer, being that guy. That's a special breed of person right there. Like, I enjoy accounting. I enjoy it. I live in the numbers all day long. It's not me. I'm not going to claim to be that guy. So Wolf Richter to me is a godsend, right? He's like, he's able to simplify something for me, dumbing down my trading, get a straight answer, right? Like, what does this mean to the market? Is this bad? Is this good? What do I have to look out for? Where the pitfalls at? Where are the good things at? That kind of stuff. Needs to, yeah, exactly. Have Elon and Vivek. First order of business: ban HOAs in the U.S. Most wasteful, dude. I went looking at some property. Fuck! I was just looking at some property. I was looking at a piece of land up in where is this place? It's that place up in the peninsula. I should just show you the property I was looking at. So Marquette. I was looking at a piece of property up in Marquette, Michigan, and it was fucking money. I mean, it was money. It was on a lake in an area with like 3 or 4 lakes. They had buildable lots, and this was a lakefront property. I think it was either 4 or 40 acres, somewhere in there. I don't know if it was a little or a lot, but it was enough. It was a great lot on this road, and I forget what it cost, a couple $100,000 or something like that. And I was like, man, I could buy that, put a small house on it, and make it a nice little summer retreat or a place to go shooting. It was enough acreage that I could put a little like backstop and bring some guns up there and take the kids there, go ice skating, and it was in between like the city of Marquette and a ski mountain. Not the best skiing, but it would be a great once a year trip, and it was cheap enough that it would be kind of worth it. And my friends, I could like offer to people, you want to go up there and spend a family vacation or some shit like that, or a family reunion. And so I was looking at this piece of property. It had an HOA. First thing I did was like, fuck, it's an HOA. And then second thing I did was I read the covenants. And then I started going through the website. And then I started going through all the details. And surer than shit, I'm looking for the building rules. And I'm hoping as I'm reading the covenants that as long as I follow what the township says, I can build, right? Nope. They had a clause in there like it can be voted. Your right to build a home can be voted down by a board of members. Just the board of whatever the fucking membership board is can deny me to build in this fucking community for no reason. I'm just like, so wait a minute, I'm gonna buy this property, and then hope you fucking like me, or don't like me, or I gotta suck you off or something in a fucking back room somewhere, and kneel down before fucking this board, which is, I'm assuming that's what it's like to live there. Bunch of fucking betas in like 5 alphas sitting at a table saying suck us all off. I'm just like, no, pass. Nope. No. Man, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with court with these people. I don't want to deal with any of it. Like the little fiefdoms of those HOAs, some of those HOAs. And I was also wondering why nothing had been built on this piece of land. I'm like, they say it's buildable. I'm like, why is nobody built on this particular parcel inside of this development? I'm like, this sounds kind of crazy. I'm like, it's got to be too good to be true, or they didn't like the previous owner. Maybe now I'm the new owner. They didn't like the previous owner. And that stuff matters, right? That stuff really does matter. Who matters. I know you don't think that. For most people, they don't believe that, but that really does matter. Who does matter. And I don't know any of these people. Yeah, it's like close. It's usually like cronyism, right? It was like that in Utah too. Utah, there was a lot of development that took place outside of Park City, on the border of Park City. And it was really cool. Like when those developments started, a lot of my friends bought there. A lot of my friends in Park City started up HOAs when I was living there. And now when I go back there, they're bitching. Oh God, the community's filling up, Cap. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, we don't want any more people coming here, man. Make them go over to Midway. And I'm like, wait a minute, you guys were trying to build this 10 years ago. I remember you guys were all stoked. You guys had like running water, like you had like running water leaking everywhere, and these above ground pipes and stuff for water in wintertime. Now you guys have them all buried. Like now you don't like it. You don't want anybody else here. I'm like, you don't even want to sell any of these lots. You guys, like, why don't you guys make the lots bigger? Like, what are you guys doing? Oh yeah, paper trading. What did you want to know about paper trading? Or you want me to talk? Let me talk about. Yeah, let's talk about paper trading. I don't remember exactly what the conversation was about it, but let's discuss paper trading. I think we're talking about spreads. So I traded crypto for a long time, right? They're trading crypto, then I'm trading stocks. And then I got into the stupidity of like, oh yeah, marijuana is going to come to the U.S. They're going to legalize it. Both Canadian pet stocks are, like different things, right? Different phases of your trading, right? I didn't go to school to be in finance. I went to school for business, so I didn't get thrown in a room in a boiler room and here we're going to teach you how to trade, right? So most retailers start out doing what attracts them, right? Like, ooh, nice shiny object over there. Ooh, next nice shiny object. And so once I got to once I got to spreads, buying and selling spreads, I made a lot of money. Actually, I don't make a lot of money doing like the whale and stuff. I would get like 7 of them right, and then I'd get like one big one wrong. And I wouldn't beat the S&P 500, so I'm like, whatever. Now spreads, I love them. I make a lot of money with spreads. I make a lot of money owning the stock market and selling options against the market that I'm buying.
92%.
The second way that I like to make money, or me personally like to make money, is I like to make money with call spreads in particular. Simple, basic call spreads. I don't mind condors and big, wide flies either. They're a little boring, but they make the money. They do a really good job of making money. But I stream. I'm busy. One of the surefire ways that I make money is through call spreads on major. As a matter of fact, the guy from New Mexico there, the Perma Bear. I forget his name right now, but he always goes on CNBC and he says things like, well, the market's oversold. We're still bearish. We think the big, depression is still coming, but we're long some spreads on SPY right now. I forget his name right now, but and he's right. And I'll tell you why I know this too, because I fucked up for a long time. I would put on like 9 to 12 in a bull market, 9 to 12 call spreads a year, and I would also try to put on bear spreads, bear put spreads. And I was more accurate with the call spreads than I ever was with the put spreads. Mostly because the market mostly because the market, even at a top, can grind higher and higher and higher and higher, right? Stay irrational longer than you can be in the market. But usually on oversold bounces, they're pretty easy to see. And even in a bear market, I want you to know something. If you get into a bear market, you still usually get like 4 seasonal lows to buy. You have to rein in your expectations, but they're there. You can see them. So we're coming back down to PT1 right now. For me, at least, it's been a pretty consistent way to make money. So what I do on these major lows is I'll buy the market. How I do things is I'll buy the market. I'll buy some call spreads, like actual physical stock. And I'll sell options against that stuff. But my call spreads in particular, I've been asked in the past, why don't you just buy 0-day calls or weekly calls then and max them out? I've had a lower win rate, consistency in wins doing that. I've gotten blown up doing that too. 20, 30, 50,000, $100,000, lost a lot of money. Now, not blow up my account total or my money in total, but I have taken some pretty big hits with that plan. Or like my edge is not there with on major market lows with 0 dates and weeklies or monthlies quite like they are with spreads. Why is that? Because if I'm not exactly right, or if they, let's say they bring in or introduce volatility as they go up, they will destroy my options still. Enough that it does cost me money, and I don't like that. So, and I can't put as much risk on in those situations either, or it'll take all my money. So, what I've learned over the years is oversold bounces are a boy's best friend. They're amazing. Now, of course, I have to learn how to trade options spreads, excuse me, in simple spreads. Now, this is before I learned other spreads and stuff like that, but I learned how to trade, let's say, I'm going to learn how to trade debit call spreads as an example, okay? Not even credit spreads, just debit call spreads. So the first time, that's a basic trade. If you're like a stock buyer, crypto buyer, you don't trade triple leverage fucking outside of the country crypto ETFs and shit like that. You're just like basic person, right? I buy stock, I hold it. I buy 0 dates, I buy monthlies, I buy 3-month calls or puts or whatever. And you've never traded a spread of any kind. The basic spread is normally a debit call spread, let's say, as an example, okay? Or a debit put spread. They're very simple. They're easy to manage. You can also put them on separately if you've got a margin account normally, right? You can put them on separately and manage them. You can actually tweak them and manage them very simply, and it gives you the basis for much more complicated spreads. A lot more complicated spreads are just how do I explain it? Like a butterfly. They have like broken wing butterflies and stuff like that. You hear butterfly? Basically, like 4 of those spreads in different configurations. So it's like a basis for you to understand the mechanics of how a spread works. And a spread uses higher level Greeks. So there's like times you want to enter them, times you don't want to enter them. They're based on price, of course, and also Greeks. And some of those Greeks actually help you too, right? Or even IV crush or premium kicks. All these kind of different things can matter in these trades, or not matter. So like an example would be, let's say you buy a call on your favorite ticker that has an ER, and 500 people are in those calls, and everyone's interested in this ER going up. And you know that even if that stock goes up after that ER the next day, there aren't going to be another 500 or 1,000 people that want to buy more calls on that ticker. Do you understand? So you get like crush on the interest in that option. Remember that you need to sell your option to another 500 or 1,000 people, don't you? And so if you have a straight call, you could get crushed, right? Price could even be going up, and you get crushed. So there's some safety in a call spread. You'll still get paid what they told you they would pay you no matter what, if that price of that stock theoretically goes up. Now, all of those Greeks and mechanics inside of a spread, what did I do when I learned what's a call spread, right? So I read the books. I go on optionsindustrycouncil.org. You don't know who they are. They have great video series on the mechanics and how spreads work, how they function. So I read the books, I start watching the videos, and then I used to put them on, actually. I used to download them, and I would play them wherever I was. If I was driving, if I was going to bed at nighttime, if I was working, swinging a hammer, putting a roof on, I had it playing in the background. And, of course, in the beginning, I didn't understand anything that they were talking about. I'm like, what the fuck these guys talking about? It's very much like listening to a Bond guy, right? Like, what the fuck is that guy talking about? I have no idea. I'm lost here, right? And how do I learn personally? I learn from reading, writing, listening, watching, and doing. All of those. I use all of those. I'm one of those learners. I need it all. Like, let me read it, let me watch it, let me listen to it, let me see it being executed, and then let me do it. Right? I need to do it actually. And that's the key. That's usually the key for most traders, is understand or running a trade and seeing what happens in the background with the group, with the Greeks, first, second order Greeks, and like the mechanics of why your option's doing what it's doing, or your combination of options, why it's doing what it's doing, or how to max out one side and leave the other side on longer. Like, why is this one going down? Why is this one going up? And is there enough time where I can close this one? Because I'm pretty much maxing this fucking thing, and I think we're at a top. But I got this other part of the option that's been murdered, and there's still another month or two on it. Maybe I leave that on and see if it comes back. And I don't need it to go full, but I want it to maybe come back some more and maybe max out that debit spread. Right? You can actually calculate what you're going to make off a debit spread, simple debit spread, and that's not accurate. If you close one side and you get the other side to print even more, you can actually max that fucker out even higher. So anyways, I'm listening to these videos. I'm watching videos. I'm watching guys on YouTube. There's guys on YouTube, that's all they focus on. Teach you how to do certain spread setups, best time, worst time, blah, 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 right? So I'm watching all that stuff, and I'm reading all the books, and I'm going to the options industry council on YouTube. And I remember I opened my first spread, I think I opened, and it was like Instaprint. I'm like, this is amazing. Then like my second spread I opened, I think it took I got like half the money. And then I had to wait for the other half in the trade for like 90 fucking days. And I'm like, why is that happening? And then I'm like, why is my spread why is my spread going up in value consistently? And if this was the top, why is it no longer going up anymore? Hey, wait a minute. Why is it going down now? Wait a minute. Why can't I close them? Right? Wait a minute. I got to go below the ask. What's going on here, right? Oh my God, now it's really burning. We're not even over yet. It's like value where it was right here. So I'm realizing that, spreads are kind of finicky, right? Spreads have underlying wheels spinning in the background, and not unless you trade them can you get the feel for them. I think my third spread, fourth spread or something like that, it got annihilated, and then it printed like the day of expiry. Then, of course, people are like, oh, dude, you want to run those spreads on big dates, dude, OPEX and month end, 90 days, 60 days, 30 days. You want to be where everybody else is, like the herd, all this other stuff. And I'm like learning all this stuff, and I'm like, okay. So I start running them like that. And all of a sudden I'm getting different results from out of my spreads. And then I'm like, well, I don't want to sit in a spread for 90 fucking days, the full run. I want to get out, maybe take a second trade, right? So maybe I take 50% of the trade. Maybe I make the trade where it prints 300%. I spend $100 for 300, and I get out when it hits $100. So I make my 100%, right? There's all these different wants and needs from the trader, and mechanics of the option that you're opening for your wants and needs. What do you expect or want out of this trade? Are you looking to make money from time? Are you looking to make money from price? Are you looking to stay in the fucking trade for 90 days? Or are you looking to get the fuck out? Are you looking for some kind of a synthetic long? Like, hey, it's a big bottom. I want to capture all this money as quickly as possible with some protection in case it fails for later down the road. But I want out quicker. Right? So there's all these different aspects to these trades. And what I found was that by reading books and listening to podcasts and watching YouTube videos, that I couldn't quite grasp how those mechanics worked. So I'm in these trades, and I'm like, what the fuck? I wasn't expecting this, and I wasn't expecting that, and what the fuck is going on, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm showing them to friends that I'm trading with, and I'm like, look, I made money, but, dude, I had to sit in this fucking thing, or Or, oh, I went to 90% and closed the trade out. And they were like, why didn't you leave the fucking short side of that fucker on? The fucking market came down, you would have made even more money. And I'm like, ah, shit. Right? Why are you opening them up? And dude, right down to a trader once came to me and said, do you call your broker and ask for better pricing? I'm like, huh? He's like, yeah, do you call your broker? I'm like, fuck no. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, you spend a lot of money, right? In the market. I'm like, fuck yeah. He's like, dude, you call your broker up and be like, so I want to put this leg on this trade right here, and it costs 20 cents. Can I get it 18 right now? Sure. And you're like, what? I can actually build these fucking spreads at different time periods too? And I can negotiate the price of them? And I can actually build them over time? Like, I don't have to actually build the trade today, right? Execute the whole trade at that moment? No. You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of fascinating too, right? Put enough time on one leg, the short side right now, and then more money on it, right, with the same time frame for the upside. Make sense? Like 90 days out, we're going down, consolidating right now. Put a spread on. You can put the short side on and leave it on in case we do continue to roll down farther, right? Now you have like this super sexy spread. So all of this leads up to what? If you want to learn how to trade spreads, I always recommend a paper trader. Now, there's some problems with a paper trader. No one trades like they trade with real money. They don't. And no one trades like they trade with their own money either. So I agree it's hard to get certified to be a day trader with a prop firm. I know it's difficult to remain in that status, but it's still not the same. They're all different, and they all have their own. They all have their own risks and emotions tied to them, and thought processes. You do different things under different circumstances. So I can't tell you that a paper trader is the best way to learn how to trade spreads, but it is a natural progression. So if you're doing all the research and all the learning and all the YouTube shit and the Options Industry Council, before you trade with real money, it's a good idea to paper trade it. Now, it's not going to be the same as when you trade it with your own money. I want you to realize that. And it's not the same risk. And the mechanics are not the same either. You'll oftentimes be chasing a price in reality with real money, and you won't get a fill. So it's different. Like, you get an insta fill when you paper trade. So let's say you're paper trading something that's a low volume stock. You may not get that in real life. That trade. Come on down there. Give me a new weekly low, baby. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give me that weekly low. Burn, Billy. Billy, if you're out there, and right now you're buying over here when you were buying all those $1 million calls, fuck you in particular. Straight up, fuck you. Billy's at his desk right now with his $1 million fucking trade getting torched. Fuck you, bro. Manage that shit. He's like, don't worry, it'll be back in like a week. So we are building our own paper trader right now. It's complicated, but we are building one. We're in the process of building one. They're not as easy to build as I thought they were. We are building a paper trader for you guys to use alongside us so we can trade with you with paper money. If you're learning options for the first time, you should use a paper trader. If you're learning stock buying, you should use a paper trader. Like, it's your first time buying stock, use a paper trader. If you're going to buy crypto first time, use a paper trader. If you're going to trade spreads, use a paper trader. You're going to sell the market, buy futures, sell futures, use a paper trader. And use it more and more and more so that you can firsthand understand the mechanics of your trade better. And even if you even if you never learn the Greeks in and out, up and down, or you're not a quant, you can at least understand, hey, I know why. Even if I don't know the full reason why, I know that my stock's gonna, I know that why my options are not gonna go up anymore, right? If we hit this resistance point, I know it's going to start doing this. That's all you really need to know. You need to know those kind of things. Why was my trade taken away from me? Why was I assigned this? Why is it Friday? I didn't close my spread, and my broker's telling me I owe fucking $40 million right now. And then you wake up on Monday and you don't owe anything. You actually made $500,000. Why is that? I don't tell you guys. I'll show some of you guys I've shown, but there are days where I have thousands. I'm not kidding. Thousands of zero dates on. Do you know how much money you're controlling? Shit tons. They don't even want to fucking fill them when I go to sell them. They're like, fuck you. As a matter of fact, when I go to sell them, I can't put a standing order in sometimes. The market will intentionally not fucking fill them for me. I know that. They're like, we ain't filling that fucker's 4,000 calls, zero-date calls right now and paying his ass. Fuck him. I literally got to close him auto. No, not auto, but like 300, 300, 300, fill, 300, 300, 300. So you got to, like, my point here is that you should be paper trading this stuff to start. There's no shame in paper trading. Don't let anyone ever tell you that. If you're a real trader and you're losing money, stop fucking trading with real money and start paper trading. You don't owe any internet cred or points to anyone out there. I don't care how much money you make or don't make. Nobody else does either. And anybody that you think does care if you're making or losing money, fuck those people. They're not your friends. Listen to me closely here. I'm going to tell you something. Gather around. Don't fucking care if anyone out there is shitting on you for your trades. They're not your fucking friend. If anyone out there is telling you, hey, man, let me help you make more money. Let me show you how I make money. Or what do you think of this? Or can I help you out or anything? That's your fucking friend. So that's who you should be looking towards. People that are there to help you make money. Don't feel like you need to win the fucking internet. They're not paying your fucking bills, are they? They're not paying your fucking rent. They're not paying your fucking lights on, your fucking heat, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, or whatever. You understand? So, like, you think you look cool, fucking faking bullshit and fucking posting. I made $100,000 on fucking whatever that. I see them, like, I think it's Weeble. They'll, like, post this shit about Weeble. Don't listen to those guys. They're faking, lying motherfuckers. Do what you need to do to make money. You are here for you to make money. That's it. So, like, people posting wins all day long, every day, nonstop win. You're like, I want to be like that guy. Fuck that guy. Some guy out there yelling at you, you suck. Fuck that guy too. Kick him out. Bye-bye. You're here to make money. End of story. So if you're a losing trader, if your P&L at the end of this year is not green at all, it's like flat's fine. But if your P&L at the end of this year is red, stop fucking trading money and start paper trading. Stem the flow of losses. Take the money you would have traded with and save it. Put it in a bank account. Put it in a goddamn Robinhood account that pays 5%. Put it anywhere but the stock market. And start paper trading. So that's my riff on paper trading. Now, one of the paper traders that I use right now is Option Strat. I also use Unusual Whales sometimes. I also use optionprofitcalculator.org. And I will quick and dirty. I'll actually, depending on the platform that I'm using, I will sometimes even use brokerages, but have no money in them. I'll actually place a trade somewhere else with real cash and set the trade up in a user or UI, UX friendly brokerage that has shitty fills, but their UX is fucking awesome. Like, I tailor it to whatever I'm doing. As a matter of fact, I use options.ai to set trades up all the time. As a matter of fact, this morning I've got a call option that I want to put on, or a call spread that I want to put on for a holiday trade, and it's like not where I want to buy it or open it, but open it. But I want to see what it costs right now. And I want to watch it as it fucking depletes in price. And it gets nice and fucking low so I can open that fucking thing when it looks good. But, you know, paper trading is the way to go until you learn the mechanics of a spread. And I want to circle back right now to what I told you earlier about how when I first started trading spreads, each one of those spreads was the same type of spread, but acted differently because I didn't understand the Greeks. Sometimes I was paying too much money. Sometimes I was paying too much money out of the money, right? Like, or in the money, or priced in, or premium kicks, that kind of stuff. So I wasn't opening them at the right times. I wasn't picking the right strikes. I was having all kinds of like problems. So my point here is, if you were to let's say you're paper trading just call spreads, right? I would paper trade them 100 times. Because you're not going to open and close them at the right time. You're going to try to manage them, and something's going to go wrong. And when they go wrong, you want to leave that trade open for the life of the trade. So let me lead into something with this. Let's say right now this was bottom of the market. We know right now this is bottom of the market, right? And I were to open a call spread right now, debit call spread right here, for 90 days, and I'm paper trading it. If I'm paper trading it, I want to leave it on for the life of the trade, right to the expiry, so that I can see how it behaves. I want to see if it gets called away. I want to see if it's when it gets called away. Am I over 100%, or am I maxed out 100%? One leg gets called away, the whole thing gets shut down, or not? Does it like come into like 30%, 50% profit? Then it goes down to like, I don't know, I'm down 90%. And then all of a sudden at the end of the life of the spread, it's at 99% at 3:45 in the afternoon on an OPEX date or a quarterly OPEX. It's burring. It's been in the shit dumps. I've chose wrong. So, and then I want to start putting legs on, taking legs off, right, and seeing what I was proposed I was going to make, what I actually made. So with paper trading, it's not real money, is it? You know, if I'm a winner on my first spread, I'm like, woo, made money, baby. And then I take the second one and I start losing money, or I picked wrong, or I picked out like too far in the money, or what, this or that, or I paid too much for it with too much risk, right? There's all these different things. So I would say do a lot of paper trading, a ton of it, as much as you can. As a matter of fact, even if you trade real money, paper trade alongside it still. David, AMS, does a lot of paper trading alongside real money. A lot of our traders there's like, this is my money, this is where I make my money, over here, and they're always wanting to learn a new way to trade. And so they go and find people in our Discord and say, hey man, I know you do this. You got any information on how to trade like that? And so maybe you're making your money doing one thing, and then you're paper trading, staying sharp with something else. Make sense? I see people in the chat sometimes say things like, oh, I bought puts, but they're not printing. You say that 5 times, maybe paper trade a few different strategies alongside that and see what would have printed. You know, I sold the market in paper trade. I bought put spreads in a paper trade. I bought puts on a paper trade. I put on a strangle, a straddle, a fucking fly, a condor. Which one paid the most? So how am I maximizing my profit? How am I limiting my risk? What actually fits my style for max gains? So paper trading is the way to go. Now, I use one of the strategies, or one of the paper traders I use is optionstrat.com. And I have it running right now for you guys to preview, check out in the Discord in one of those voice channels. So I'll set trades up, and they'll tell me a bunch of stuff, right? I showed you one of the strategies. Instead, you have this probability of winning. You got this much money coming in. You got that going on, this going on. And then I want to see if that fucking thing prints or not, right? Does it print? Does it not print? What's the mechanics of it? How does it work? How does it not work? Yeah, if you've never traded, if you've traded anything and you're a loser, start paper trading. The mechanics of those trades it's important for you to learn. It's okay for you to lose in paper trading because then you can see if it's ever going to recover, if it's not going to recover, if you added more, if you did this, if you altered, maybe threw a wing on a trade. Does it help you? Does it hurt you? Anyways, I think you get the point, right? You guys getting the point here? I hope. It's a really big stickler thing for me. When you want to stop losing, want to stop being a degen, start paper trading. If people are in the Discord, we got people in there. We got John, we got David, we got Winky, we got Binky. Matter of fact, Binky constructs trades and dismantles and continues to build them and rolls trades consistently throughout the year, right? Vol Wiz, this morning, Volatility Wiz came into our Discord and he posted a trade for NVDA. And I bet that 60% of our traders would not know how to execute or open and close that trade or how. I didn't see anyone asking VolWiz, hey, man, how do I do that? How do I manage it? Nothing. Or even, is he getting DMs? Well, I'd be DMing him. I'd be fucking in there. Hey, man, I saw your thought process on NVDA. I have no fucking idea what you're doing. Can you like spell it out for me like like I'm 3 years old? Explain like I'm 3. Maybe he tells you to go fuck yourself. Maybe he explains it, and you don't want other people explain. You don't want him to have to explain it to everybody else, right? He took 5 minutes out of his day to explain something to you. Maybe you go, fuck yeah, man, I appreciate that. Maybe then you go find 2 or 3 other traders or 5 other traders and go, dude, I just talked to VolWiz, and he just explained this fucking trade to me, and this is how he explained it. Should we run it on a paper trade and see how it turns out? And VolWiz might be wrong, but it don't matter. You're fucking learning from somebody that knows what the fuck they're talking about, right? So there's a wealth of in our disc. Oh yeah, baby, get it down there for daddy. Get on down there for daddy. Baby, get on down there for daddy. All week long, traders have watched me draw these lines and have not traded this fucking line. And today is Thursday. And they're like, that motherfucker. I'm going to get like Fridays wrong. And they're going to be like, I'm going all in on Friday on that fucking line. It fucking goes the opposite direction. Oh, Billy. Oh, Billy. Oh, yeah, get on down there, baby. Get on down there. Touch it for daddy down here. Ooh, look, V-shaped recovery. Cap's got it going down, though. No, it's going to escape. Ah, fuck, he was right. He disappeared for an hour off the fucking stream, and it rolled. So, those goddamn lines. Leave the rest of that to the FOMOers, by the way. If it goes down somewhere, leave it to the FOMOers. You don't need that. New weekly low, 593.81 just then. 593.90. New weekly low. J-Pow, save our calls. Fuck you, Billy. Kenny Tran's like, don't take him off. Leave the lines. Let him burn. Oh, Doyle, get the flamethrower. Don't shoot him. Let him burn. God damn, dude. This morning I was watching NVDA calls come in this morning. It was insane-o. I was like, what the fuck are these guys doing? It was like they were just like, bam, bam, spy calls, bam, bam. What the fuck are they doing right now? Savages. Take it easy, Bird of Pirate. Congrats, bro. You made some money today, brother. Yeah, take that money and run like a fucking gangster. Like a fucking gangster. Got it, dog. Oh, you're welcome, LC. I got to read what's going on in the Discord right now. All right. So, if anyone in that Discord helps you out, don't like make that person re-describe it to 18 different people. You know what I mean? Does VolWiz want to answer that fucking question 20 times? No. So if they spend the time with you, pass that shit along. Be like, oh, dude, yesterday John L. was saying this. Binky was saying that. VolWiz was saying this. Winky, dude. Yeah, did you guys see Winky? No, dude, I worked all day long. He was talking about this fucking stock. He was looking to enter at this specific price. It's almost there. You know, not go back to fucking bother Winky. Just be like, hey, man, that's how you have a community, right? That's how you have people teaching each other these concepts, right? Take what they're giving you. These guys are serious motherfuckers. They spend a lot of time. Winky spends a shit ton of time reviewing the stocks he's interested in. He'll spend all day, all night. I kid you not. He crawls all over it. Crawls all over the news, the events, everything that's around it. Eats, shits, and sleeps that stock and then says, I want to buy it at $70. No, I don't take that shit with a grain of salt. I know whatever the fuck he says something like that, it means he did his due diligence on it. So find out why. Be like, hey, man, how do you crawl over your stocks? How do you find them? How do you pick them? What do you look for? Some of the shit that Winky says to me in conversations, I'm like, God damn, he's good. I'm like, that motherfucker, I never even thought to look at this or look at that or look at this. Boot Barn. When Boot Barn was trading fucking zero, like $1, maybe not one, like $7. He's like, dude, you got to check this company out called Boot Barn. I'm like, Boot Barn? Fuck that place. What is that, like Payless or some shit? You go to a Boot Barn, you're like, holy fuck. You can't commit. You can't walk in the store and not want to buy some shit. And you ain't walking out without spending a couple fucking G. Easy out of that store. And hand over fist money. Not many stores like Boot Barn. And it's all over the fucking place. Kick-ass store. And that fucking stock cranked. And it cranked. Like, literally went to the store to check it out. You know, like, in person. Like, what are these fucking guys doing? And sure enough, you could just walk in the front door and be like, these guys are here to make some money. It's like a used car lot, you know? Here, I got $2,000 over here, $5,000 over there. Got another, you know, you want a shirt? You want a button-up shirt? You want a real McCoy? $300, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree with that too. Addie just said I'm always afraid to ask questions. I don't know if I'm asking the right questions. I always prefer to listen. Addie, if you guys know Addie is amazing. Addie crawls all over the place, like a gremlin, right? She's like, oh, there they are. They're talking about something. She's like, I'm gonna listen in over here. Then they get done talking. Addie's like, we're gonna run over to that room. What are they doing over there in that room right now? And like you'll be talking about something, all of a sudden Addie pops up. She's good at it. You guys want to see somebody that actually listens? Addie is constantly everywhere the conversation is. Wherever that conversation is, you'll see Addie pop up. I'm like, oh, thanks so much for talking about this or talking about that. Right or wrong, doesn't matter. She's like, I'm just listening in right now. I'm trying to learn from you guys or learn from you guys or learn from you guys or learn from you guys. She's one of those very smart and very intelligent trader. 100% Addie. You have the hallmark of a badass. We talk about you, by the way, all the time. In a very positive light. We're like, she's everywhere. Like Curlo's over there talking about this. She's over there listening to him. Trader Podcast is over there talking about something. She's over there listening to him. David Amos is talking. He's over there listening to him. Waterboy's over there. Like Waterboy. He's another one. I was talking to someone yesterday about Waterboy, right? In a conversation outside of the market in a meeting. And I was in a meeting yesterday. I'm talking about Waterboy, and I'm like, you know what? I don't know if we can get Waterboy on a stream or record a video, but I watch how Waterboy acts in our Discord. He has explored all kinds of different functions of our premium bots, and I noticed that he rotates around in our premium bots. He's crawling around those things all day long. I'm like, I want to peer in his head so bad. And I bet most of you do too, right? Like, I want to just sit down and listen to Waterboy. Go here, I'm going to go through this entire premium bot right now and show you what it all means or what I'm learning from it. And hopefully we can do that. We wanted to reach out to him and be like, hey, man, I use the net flow. I use Market Tide. That's about it. And he's crawling all over those fucking things all day long. I'm like, I got to sit down and shut up and listen to him talk about that one day, or record, even if it's just his voice, record a video of him going through all the functionality and saying this, I do this at this time. Waterboy does that at specific times too, or inflection points in the market. And I'm always like, man, I want to, and then he looks up different tickers and stuff. And I'm like, this guy's watching everything out there. He's watching all the sectors too. You ever notice that? Waterboy's doing that? This morning I was like, maybe I want to buy some zero-day calls. So I ran in there. I was like, oh, shit. Right at 9. Matter of fact, I've got the tick. Let me show you this. Let me show you this, what I had this morning. Did I save it? Let's see if I saved it. Did I clip it this morning? Hold on here. I'll show you guys something. So I'm like, it should roll down. We should pop and fade, right? That's what I'm saying to myself. It's going to pop and fade. So right here. Right here. This was 9:30. Right there. And right around 9:20, I'm like, this thing should pop and fade. I had the stream up at 8:30. I had this drawn before we ever got there. I'm like, it should pop and fade. So I'm watching SPY pop. I saw the new high, and I said, they might fucking run this up. I was like, are they going to fucking squeeze us today? So the first thing I did was I looked at velocity. Then I looked at when Yellen spoke last time, and they squeezed us. In the morning, they squeezed us like a giant green bar. And then they sold us down in the depths of hell at the end of the day. So I did those two things. And then now this is what? This was at 9:35, right? So I went into the Unusual Whales bot, and I looked at the net flow, and it only had a few ticks, or the green and red line was like just starting. But what did I see? If you go back to when I ran that at 9:32 a.m., you can see what I saw. And what I saw was this. Right off the open, this is with this price action, this is what I saw. I saw a big fucking red, hold on there. So big giant fucking puts. And right off the opening bell. That's what I saw. I was like, they're loading the fuck up on puts. And I'm like, maybe I'll buy some 0-day calls here. I saw that and I was like, fuck no. I was like, I'm gonna get short right off the fucking bell here, right now. I'm gonna run with the herd. And sure enough, wham, 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 all the way down. And that was within 2 minutes of open. Within 2 minutes of open, we knew it was going down. Like, we hit that to the T, right? Bam. Straight back up again. Sideways. Straight back down again, right? Whoop, whoop, whoop. All the way down. And now we're looking for what? Inside of this trade, we could go down more. Could still go down there. But we don't need to, do we? We already got the new low, didn't we? So let's look right here. I would have liked down here, but does it matter? Nope. Why? Because we took out the weekly low, didn't we? That's all that needs to be done. Can we go down lower right now? Yes. But does it matter? No. Now, what does matter? Let's take a look and see. We want to reject what? We want to reject this area right here, don't we? And we have this low, don't we? So we're going to be looking over here for rejection, aren't we? We're going to bring this back down again. And where should they be? They should be right about here. But we already sold here, didn't we? So if the sellers are still here, where would they be? Probably down here, right? A little bit lower. Maybe even that 5 minute. Oh, maybe even that little 5 minute trigger right there, right? Maybe those sellers are still right there. They're just ready to fucking go downtown here. Right over here somewhere. Probably hanging out right about there. Right about there they're hanging out. We're going to find out if they're still here or not. Today is Thursday, right? I didn't really think yesterday was Thursday, but there was a moment yesterday where I did think yesterday was Thursday. I'm like, whoo, thank God. It's Thursday, baby. It's all done. My wife goes, it's Wednesday. I go, fuck. Fuck.
US natural gas futures extend losses.
What do you mean it's Wednesday? What do you mean it's Wednesday? So you've got Fed Chair Powell. He speaks today at 3 p.m. We just had a 15-year mortgage, a 30-year mortgage. We have at 3 p.m. We had that at 12. Now at 3 p.m. we get Fed Chair Powell speaking. And supposedly we get Yellen. I couldn't find when she's supposed to speak. But I was told she would speak today. Let's see if I can see anything on this. I don't see Yellen's schedule. Does anybody know when she's supposed to speak today? Where did you hear that? Was it on Twitter? Let me look. I got to get on Twitter. When zero date? Yellen. It says Financial Juice says Yellen to speak at 4:45 p.m. on Thursday. Now that was from 12 hours ago. Secretary Janet Yellen, tune in as I deliver remarks. Is this right now?
Setting out a plan to make our financial system more inclusive and our economy more dynamic and resilient. And it importantly focuses.
Hold on here.
Just
I got Yellen speaking right now.
better consumer outcomes like increased financial resilience, well-being, and wealth. The strategy emphasizes the need for unbiased, clear, and relevant financial
Yeah, I think this is her. I think she's already live.
to equip consumers to make informed financial decisions. And
Oh, yeah, get down there.
5 key objectives: promote access to transactions accounts, increase access to safe and affordable credit, increase retirement and emergency savings
I
opportunities,
got her on, right? Can you guys hear?
improve government financial services.
I'm getting a bad
and
connection. I'm going to look on the
consumer
Fed site.
protections. And I know that many of you are already doing important work to further financial inclusion. Federal partners in the FLEC, for example, are investing
Hold on here. Sorry about that.
better consumer protections, and improve financial education. Others listening
Damn
today
it.
are providing valuable feedback on their community's needs and working with financial service providers to remove barriers to access. Successful implementation of the strategy will depend on continued strong interagency collaboration, strategic public-private partnerships,
I want to buy this right here.
trusted community partners.
So just
We
as an early
saw
heads up, in around
powerful
10 minutes time at
examples
the
of
top of the hour,
interagency
we're expecting to see the
collaboration
text release
during
from
the
Bank of England's
pandemic,
Governor Bailey's speech.
such as the
So he is
partnership
actually
between
speaking
the
later this
IRS
afternoon
and the
at 4 p.m.
FDIC
Eastern Time.
to
But
help
again, the text
consumers
release is due to
without
come
bank
at the top
accounts
of the hour.
identify and open accounts. The unbanked rate fell to 4.5%, the lowest in decades. Many of these new accounts were bank-on accounts, low-cost accounts with
I wanted to buy that just then right there, Davey.
demonstrating
David, I wanted to buy that. I didn't catch it.
public-private partnerships to expand access. And let me emphasize that community development financial institutions and minority depository institutions
Protect your
are
trades from
key
macro headline
examples
risk with
of
Financial Juice
community
Pro.
partners
Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
that have earned the
Go back and play this again. Sorry about that. Just want to make sure people.
continued support of community financial infrastructure is critical. Well, as we look ahead, I call on my fellow federal agencies and other partners attending today to build on our work to date and take concrete additional steps to
This is trend, by the way.
existing programs and products for opportunities to enhance financial inclusion, to strengthen partnerships, and to share best practices. We can, together, build a financial system that serves all Americans and fuels innovation and economic growth. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Looks like that was it, I think. Yep, that was it. I think that was it. No, it's the only way for me to get it. I apologize. That was the only way I got the sound. It's the only way I had it. I couldn't find her on YouTube or the Federal Reserve. That was her handle on X, and that was the audio that was being from her. It wasn't from me. That came from X. I'm long right now, by the way, if anyone wants to know. I am long here. You're long too, Matty? Yeah. Just a quick trade, man. I'm afraid I'm wondering if they're going to grind us until Jerome, though. Jerome's when's his speech? 3 p.m. Coming in at 1 o'clock right now. Hopefully get some of that vol control mafia at 1. They could wind up grinding us into this. We got where it was 3 p.m. We want to talk about Jerome really quick. Jerome tends not to want to upset markets. I am afraid that they're going to take out. He may upset markets today. There's been a lot. The one thing Jerome does not like is chatter about politics and him. He's never liked it. Anytime Jerome sets up the markets to go down, it's usually for that. He set up Timros once, fed him a bunch of bullshit, and then he went on to the FOMC statement, and he fucking railed on the markets and politics. He was like, I'm not fucking playing political games. I'm not in Biden's pocket, basically paraphrasing. And the fucking market like went straight down. I forget exactly how he did it, but he like fed Timros a bunch of shit. Timros was like, everything's gonna go up. And they like in that statement or that discussion with the reporters, he like shit on the market and he shit on the concept of him being politically driven. There's been a lot of talk right now about Jerome, and they won't let it go. The news, people are calling for him to step down. Trump's and this is a normal thing for him and Trump to go through. And he was a Trump appointee. Then he stayed an appointee with Biden. Trump loves doing that shit anyways. We all know that. It's fucking bluster from Trump, of course. But they're saying they're not playing anymore, right? They're saying that this time there's going to be no bullshitting, no arguing, no... we should talk about that, too. We should talk about that today because I was in a conversation last night. So I got done with the stream, and I went out to dinner. And before I went out to dinner, before I walked into the restaurant, I had a conversation with a friend that's MAGA. And he's an intelligent guy. He's a smart guy. And we were bouncing ideas off each other. And he was asking me what I think Democrats need to do. And I was asking him about the ramifications of MAGA, their proposals, what they need to do. And where do I stand? Where does he stand? That kind of stuff. We should talk about that today because it does involve the market. It involves Jerome, too. It was all market-related conversation, but maybe we'll have that conversation. If we have the time, we'll have that conversation today. If not, I'll try to do a write-up on it. But I'm trying to look forward here into next year and saying, do we get the negotiator, Trump? Do we get like the China deal on, China deal off Trump, or do we get the Trump that's like, I'm in office for day one and I, with a pen, hit China with 80% tariffs, 100% tariffs? Trump. Do we get that Trump? And the reason we were asking each other those questions was because there's a playbook that the Democrats are running right now. And that playbook is not apparent or being spoken about publicly. And I see a lot of Democrats that don't know what that playbook is either. And that playbook is, I don't know if I should say it here, but I've written it down. I have it written down. And I think that Trump knows that that playbook is in play. So there could be this, like, he has a very small window to get things done. And Democrats are encouraging Trump to do those things. Test. Like, you test. Trump, the thesis here is that Trump doesn't have a lot of time. He's got
So
2
Bank of England's
years.
Bailey says the UK must preserve free trade and openness of the economy.
Not only does he only have 2 years, he then
The
becomes
UK must welcome opportunity to rebuild EU relations.
he becomes a lame duck in those 2 years, and you have Senate and House races from 2 years from now, or from 2 years from when he takes office. So they're going to begin to campaign against him. You got deals that need to be worked out, and you got like as you try to pass laws or test the limits of what you can and can't do without the Senate or the House. And so there's like this football trade, like a hurry up offense, shotgun the ball and start throwing it. And Democrats are trying to push that too. You'll hear some Democrats saying, oh God, everything's going to be horrible, this, that, and the other thing. Let's slow everything down, speed bumps, all this kind of stuff. There are other Democrats that are trying to push for the most extreme policy to be implemented as quickly as possible so that they can run candidates in the first 2 years of his being in office and use those examples to say, look, you don't want this, did you? You didn't want this, right? So they can hog tie him with the House and the Senate for the last 2 years of his presidency. And he becomes a lame duck. So there's like a lot of mechanics going on in the background. But what's fascinating is that Trump probably knows this, and his handlers probably know this, his cabinet. And so what they also need to do is have like this escape velocity along the way. Or if not escape velocity, not have anything look negative on public while he's in office for that first 2 years, nor the last 2 years. You want optics to look good so that Democrats get kicked to the curb. So if you're going to remove immigrants,
So
you don't want it on film.
PM
basically.
Barnier says the French PM is to probably
At least
bypass
until
Parliament
the
vote for the budget.
2-year time frame is done. You want it to be like slow, methodical, and positive and light. If you're a Republican or MAGA or whatever. So, anyways, we were discussing this last night, and we were discussing it because we were discussing it for how does it impact markets this next upcoming year. He's on a real deadline here. He's got like a 2-year deadline, so we're trying to discuss and figure out which Trump are we getting these first 2 years. So that was our conversation last night. We'll delve into that more deeply later on. And the ramifications of that in the market could be 12 years, 20 years, or it could be quick, or quicker than you expect. So you don't know which Trump you're getting right now. We're still in the promises, bluster, stumping. You need him to take office and see what they actually roll out. We're not there yet. Me and this friend of mine were discussing it last night before I went out to dinner. The benefit or cost benefit, depending upon different strategies he uses as president. Come on, baby, keep on going. Keep on going. Need a little bit more green. I can't comment in the chat in Discord, by the way. I cannot. It kicks me off of the other stream that I have going. I'm going to need to make like a secondary handle for Twitter or for Discord, like a cap streaming handle or something like that. I'll make that after the stream today. Yeah, you've got like if you're a Republican right now, right? There's a thesis from so my friend is like, this is not my speaking. This is him. He's like, Donald Trump's a lame duck right out the gate. That's what he is. That's what he is. One-term president. And he's got the House and the Senate, right? So they did this to Obama. So if you think I'm trying to like shit on Trump or anything, I'm not. So Obama, his first term, he had the House and the Senate for the first 2 years. And he was trying to pass the CARES Act, right? Or not as CARES, but it was like the Health Insurance Act, right? And he got strung up in the House and the Senate from politicians that wanted him to give them something for their vote, right? It's like if you're like a Trump supporter, you're like, we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. But then there's like some guy that's like a senator from fucking whole butthole nowhere. He's like, oh, you need my vote. I want this fucking aircraft facility in my small Hoboken, or middle of nowhere butthole America town, or you ain't getting my vote. And that's like the shit that goes on behind the scenes. And you're like, I know as a Main Street hatter, Democrat or Republican, you're like, they don't do that. And that's what they do. They told me though that this time is different. Obama told us that too, didn't he? Everybody voted for Obama, didn't they? Everybody voted for Obama. We were getting change, baby. He swept everything. And what did they do? They hogtied him. You're going to give me this, you're going to give me that, and you might get out of here with one fucking thing. And he got out with one thing, didn't he? By the time the first 2 years were over, he lost the House and the Senate, and it became gridlock for the rest of his time in office, both terms. And he wasn't a lame duck, was he? He had 2 full terms. So those are negatives for Trump. So like the question becomes, hey, so you're going to do it as quickly as fucking possible, or you're going to do it so that you can set it up for a replacement for Trump, or you end term limits. Like, where are you going to fight for these things first? Is your first thing fighting for to end term limits? Is that like is that what you do right out of the fucking gate? Forget the fucking tariffs and forget the fucking eliminate or removing people from the U.S. You got the House, you got the Senate. What do you do? Or if you're not going to do that, are you trying to push through a bunch of shit, or are you going to try to make that transition easy so you can put someone else in place to run for you, Vance or somebody else? That make sense? To any of you guys out there? No? You guys love it when I shit on Obama but not MAGA, not Trump, or like use Obama as the example but not Trump. You guys are hilarious. Yeah, and there are speed bumps and processes in there too, right? Natural speed bumps, natural processes, natural like it's hard for our country to change, even if you want that change. It's not easy. Like all you voted for, like what? Eliminate, I don't know, 100 fucking department or 500 departments or something like that. You're like, yeah, I want to do that, but there are still process driven rejections that are going to come up, right? Well, we're going to take this to court. We got to hear it between SCOTUS. It's going to be 6 months. Sorry. It's going to be a year. Well, the docket's fucking full right now. You guys just pressed every fucking button, right? So SCOTUS is going to be busy. So I guess the question becomes, how fast do you do it? What do you try to push? What can you get through? What can't you? And how does it look publicly? How does the public perceive it? Will they be permanent changes? Will they be changes that take many, many years to revert? Do you want this to be permanent? If you want to be permanent, it's probably going to be a longer process, right? You have to do the groundwork to make them more permanent. And if you're MAGA, you're trying to bring kids, right? You see it on TikTok, right? Trying to like make memes and songs and dances for Trump, so that in 5-10 years those kids like Trump, right? Or even MAGA, or even that more conservative America. Keep on going, please. Keep on pushing, baby. And we've got the reason I'm talking about this stuff is because we were having this conversation last night, and we've got Jerome speaking today at 3 p.m. He's probably going to have prepared comments. I don't know if he says or addresses anything to do with the new regime or tariffs or immigration. I don't know what this. Let me find out what this is about here. Losing my eyes here. I'm going to read you a primer for it. I've got it up here in the background. Fed Chair Jerome Powell will headline a busy week of central bank officials' public remarks. On Thursday, investors and economists will be listening closely for clues about the Fed's interest rate decision for December and the outlook for policy in 2025. That's pretty heady shit, right? Pretty important shit, right? Powell will take part in a moderated discussion at the Dallas Regional Chamber in Dallas on Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2 p.m. Central Time. He will give his first public remarks since his post-meeting press conference on November 7th, when Fed policymakers reduced their rate target by 25 basis points to a range of 4.5 to 4.75%, following a half-point cut in September. The Fed chair stayed on script then, describing a solid U.S. economy at present, but with significant uncertainty in the outlook. Monetary policy will remain data and significant uncertainty in the outlook. Monetary policy will remain data dependent, with the Fed making rate decisions meeting by meeting, Powell said. Quote, we know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. He said then, quote, at the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment, and considering additional adjustments to the target range for the Fed funds rate. The FOMC will carefully assess incoming data and evolving outlook and the balance of risks. We are not on any preset course. Powell also did not say much of substance about the implications of Tuesday's election results. As a matter of fact, we were joking about the final 3 or 4 questions or lines of questions from reporters, weren't we? It sounded a lot like FinTwit, didn't it? They were asking some stupid fucking questions, weren't they? That there's no fucking way he was going to answer in that fucking press conference, huh? And the smarter reporters at the FOMC tried to veil or wrap questions that towed in election implications, right? Powell also didn't say much of substance about the implications of Tuesday's election results, which saw Republican Donald Trump take control of the White House. Quote, I'm not going to talk about anything that relates directly or indirectly to the election, he said. When asked if he would resign if Trump asks him to, Powell gave a simple no.
Shortly expecting the results.
That was great, by the way, how he did that. He was like, no, not in the law. His term as Fed chair expires in May of 2026. So unless he commits a crime or the law is changed, he pretends that he is going to be the reigning chair. And he is generally well liked. I know we joke around and fuck around with end the Fed. And there are a lot of people that want to end the Fed. And now I think Elon Musk has picked up that too. So maybe now you're all regurgitating that. But Jerome Powell is loved by retail bulls. There ain't no way. Oh, shit. We going back down to back test the cross now? I got to put a fucking stop on. Hold on here. Okay.
Fifty-one counterparties take 204. Voice news disconnected.
Powell may weigh in on on recent economic data, including a largely as expected inflation report for October, which was published on Wednesday. The Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index gained 0.2% during the month and climbed to 2.6% higher from a year earlier. Core CPI inflation was up 0.3% in October and up 3.2% year over year. Mind you, these are all in line with expectations. Housing-related prices accounted for more than half of the increase in the headline CPI last month. In recent remarks, Powell has emphasized balanced risk. Remember earlier I told you about housing, right? They already know that it's coming down. Even though it's not public, they already know. I want you to know that. So if you read that Wolf Richter story, Case Shiller, CPI, Case Shiller telling you, housing market's cranking. But that's not really true. That data is 3 months delayed. In his recent remarks, Powell has emphasized balanced risks to the Fed's dual mandate of stable inflation and supporting maximum employment. He has also described the Fed's rate cut path as a normalization of policy. Interest rate futures market pricing on Wednesday implied a greater than 80% chance of a quarter-point decrease in the Fed funds rate at the Fed's December 17th, 18th meeting, with the balance of odds in favor of no cut. The median forecast and policymakers' September update to their quarterly summary of economic projections was for 1 percentage point of rate cuts in 2024, followed by another point of cuts in 2025. Officials will update the SEP or so-called dot plot at the December meeting, giving them a chance to signal the path of policy in 2025 and beyond. Give me a moment here. I'm going to go through a few things here in the background, okay? Just want to check on something here, see if I have any more data that I can share with you. Euro coming back from the dead. Massive dollar. Dixie with a shooting star. Let's take a look at Dixie. Whew. Sorry, I'm watching Dixie here in the background. Still looks very bullish to me. Check the 10-year really quick. Still looks bullish to me too. .2%. Still looks bullish. One quick second here, guys. For this, I gotta make sure to check all this before we go to Oh, people are talking about the analog 2016 now on BGG, huh? BBG, always see that? BBG leaking it on, or BBG now talking about the 2016 analog. Nice. That sucks. I guess I'm going to kick you guys off of that stream right now. And that sucks. Check one more thing here. I'm going to read a few things to you guys right now. I'll cut and paste them. No, delete that message. Jesus Christ. They don't fucking care. They just don't care, do they? Just buy. I'm reading, making sure I get anything else here on Jerome. If I'm missing anything here. I don't see anything else here about Jerome. Check this here. Yeah, I'm with JPM on this. JPM saying we still think the Trump trade has further room to propagate the dollar. There's a narrative right now that the dollar is going to go down, and JPM says fuck no. We still think the Trump trade has further room to propagate the dollar, U.S. banks, and U.S. small caps. I'm with that, and I still think the 10-year could pull back, but it could still go up too. Still go up. That is bad for U.S. equities. Not today, but down the road. Months down the road, like 6 months, year, 2 years. The VIX 9-day still getting annihilated too. Trading 1265. They're so close to a fucking bottom. What do you want me to look at here? AESI? I don't see anything else on Jerome. By the way, so I'm sorry, guys. So I'm looking in the background for AESI. Atlas, baby. Ooh, yeah. It came down and nailed it, huh? That's what we were hoping for. We're hoping for Atlas to come down and back test this cross right here. Have you bought calls already in Atlas? AESI. I might enter. Hold on. I might jump in that with you. I'm looking right now. November 7th. Boy, this thing fucking runs quick, doesn't it? They got options for November 15th, December 20. Oh, and they got an expiry coming tomorrow, huh? Are you going to go with the for tomorrow strikes for tomorrow? Tomorrow calls are dirt cheap. No, they aren't. They're not dirt cheap. They're expensive as fuck. And they're all over the place too, huh? I think I'm interested more in buying the underlying. Maybe selling options would be nice. We got this line. So for me, I've got my alert here and it hasn't hit yet. I wanted to buy it at, if it was today, I'd want to buy it at 18.59. It hasn't hit my alert yet. Yeah, Green Man. But I can see what you're talking about. I think I want to put another fucking line right here. Jesus Christ. It could go as low as 14.91. I got an alert just above there too. I have an alert at $15.99, $16. I have a second alert. I don't think it's done going down. But I can see where they want to buy this here. This is let's go down and look at this one really quick. This is a daily chart for AESI. It's being bought right on its fair value gap, isn't it? Right there, it's being bought right now. I can see why you want to buy it. Four-hour, it's already below it. It's been taken to its daily. Weekly, it's below it. It's weekly right now. It's at the bottom end of its weekly. See it? Right there to there. It's pretty good deal right there, isn't it? This thing's going to fucking move. Look at this thing. This thing's going to explode to the upside. Look at this fucking thing. On a monthly basis, look at this. Bam, 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 bam. I want this fucker to like wham. That thing is just corkscrewing. Look at it. Whew. Bam, 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 bam. Grinding. But I still kind of want to buy it down here. $16, like down then up. I'm going to wait. I'm stopped the fuck out now. I'm long gone out of that trade. And I don't like options on this one either. Green man, I don't like the option chain. I would prefer to sell options against it. So buy 100 of the underlying at $16 and then sell puts on it. I'm looking at the options chain right now, and it's messy. But I can understand buying it right here because it's pretty cheap right now on a weekly basis. It's pretty cheap. I can understand wanting to long it right now. Or maybe this one's dip. Maybe this dip is bigger. You get the move up here, and then this is where the big one is down here. Did you already add or no? Or did you say you didn't add yet? It's being bought right now. Look at it. I mean, the one thing about this here, like the one thing that I'll say about this right here is, like, I'm talking about wanting to catch a dip down here, but triggers are telling you you're not getting that. Like the daily trigger, if this holds, it should start exploding now. Like bam, bam, bam. As long as it holds here, I can't say it's not a good trade with stops underneath it. I mean, it's back testing its daily and its weekly, and it's holding. If you buy it here and just put stops here and say, fuck you, stops. Because that's the other thing, right? This has to hold for those higher highs. If it rejects and goes lower or get a new low, you would be in a corrective move on this stock all the way down to at least $16. So this is the right place to buy. Green man, this is the right place to buy. I just put a stop underneath it. When's their ER? When's their ER at? Let me go back to the main screen for everybody. This might be a good paper trader. Let me look at it really quick. Their next earnings are not until February 25th. Their last earnings were October 28th. Their EPS estimate was 0.25. Their EPS came in at 0.19. Their earnings are lagging estimates. And there's talk in the background too of a ceasefire deal. Those are the negatives. Like the negatives are that well, it's okay that they are lagging. It looks like they missed on a lagging report prior as well. But they were expected to price in not as much lag. The only other negative thing would be if a ceasefire deal comes through, that's bad for energy, right? Hey, big sky trader, I was looking at a Starlink. Do you guys use the big dish or the big one, or do you use the regular one, the professional or something? I was thinking about getting the expensive one, but that shit ain't cheap. It's like $3,500 or something, $2,500. Is it like that much better performance or not? I think it's the same one that they use for moving vehicles, right? Don't get the expensive one. Okay. That's the same one, right? It's the same the big one, the commercial one I'm talking about right now. It's 25 or $3,500. Not cheap. I think it's the same one that they use to yeah, there's one that's fucking huge. It's like flat. You can put it on like a boat or an RV or something. You can drive with it. What they said was that it's a little bit bigger scan of the sky. Just to circle back here really quick, Green Man. I think here's my take on AESI. I would be afraid of right now, just currently, there's a lot of whispers in the background of a deal between Israel and Lebanon. I haven't spoken about it on the stream because it's a lot of talk usually that doesn't come true. But there's a lot of whispering going on in the background. There's going to be a ceasefire. If it is, you could see Atlas Energy drop quickly in an overnight. But I am bullish on Atlas Energy for the Trump trade regardless. So it's kind of like a pick your poison. You hope that the ceasefire comes through so you can get a cheaper price, or you're willing to add DCA to your position. It's still a great buy right where it is. On a 30-minute basis. Am I going to get long again here, maybe? Oopsie. Yeah, 60. That's a lot of fucking money, man. 597s. They're trying to pin us in here right now between now and 3 p.m. So I want to talk to you guys about something here, okay? So what they're trying to do right here is pin us into 3 p.m. for this Trump, or for this not Trump, for it's 143 right now. I want to show you guys something. Just hold on here. I gotta catch up. I'm like reading a bunch of stuff and trying to do a bunch of different stuff at the same time. So we've got the Jerome Powell speech coming up at 3. Okay, I'm gonna make this yellow, and I'm gonna go boom, and I'm gonna go boom, just like that. That is Jerome Powell's speech. Now, someone's wrong here, because 597s are trading 12 fucking cents. Someone's wrong here. what they're trying to tell you is that you're not going to trade this. And Velo's coming lower. So they're like trying to hem price in, like hem it in, so that these two can come down, saying even if we squeeze, we're not going to trade higher to make it lower into tomorrow morning. So a few things here. Mechanically, the market right now is mechanically attempting to grind out options and stop any attempt from Jerome Powell to squeeze us above 59,613 and 59 and some change. They're attempting to sell this right now into tomorrow. So you're going to be met with a lot of sellers at you're going to be met with a lot of sellers here at 596.13 and 597.13. They are ready to unload here. And 597 C's for today are 13 cents. So dealers are like, fuck you, we ain't going above that. Like, this is your, this is like, you shall not pass. And they're also telling you to eat a bag of dicks in here too. Now they could be wrong. Oh boy, if Jerome did that, they'd be mad. Or someone knows something. Now I've got us going down here into tomorrow to 590, 592. But I like that trade. I like that 13-cent trade because I'm like, oh boy, that is cheap as fuck. If Jerome were to say some crazy ass shit, you know, and you go, whap, those things are gonna fucking print like $1 or something stupid. There's a really good trade here too. There's like a really good trade here, like a I think like a 0-date trade in the money, near in the money. Like 597C for today and then puts for tomorrow for like 590. I haven't done the math on it, but I would have to run. I'd have to. You don't take this. You have to figure out the math on it. Where you need to get today that would torch the puts for tomorrow, but it would be okay. Or how many calls you'd need versus like the ratio of calls to puts. You might need like 3 of those calls to like 1 of those puts. How much does a fucking put for tomorrow cost? For 90s for tomorrow. $0.37. So like 3 0-dates. I shouldn't be talking about this. Like 3 0-dates for today, like at like 12 to 10, 12 cents, and then like fucking 1 put for tomorrow for 90, or maybe you do a 92. What do the 92s cost? Oh, those are 71 cents. Those are muy bueno. So they got us priced in to trade 92, but not or trade 90, but not pay it. But if you got that blood today, if you hit 92 today, you'd make bank off it. So like if you like, trade would be that if Jerome tanks the market into the bell, you close the 92s out today. And that would definitely pay the fucking trade. And if we fucking mooned and went above 97, you'd murder. It's a pretty good trade. Like 90s for tomorrow, but you cash them in today if we crash. Crash, $2, crash. And if we squeeze, the thesis would have to be that they're not going to rope us into this 97. But I'm afraid dealers are like, yeah, you know what? Fuck you. We don't care what you squeeze. We're going to sell into you for tomorrow anyways. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going to 6,000 until 3:45 in the afternoon, 3:55. We're going to grind you the fuck out all day long on Friday, too, to like the last 5 minutes. We ain't printing your 6,000 shit calls until the absolute last fucking minute of Friday. I haven't put the trade on. I'm just mechanically thinking about it for where it was at that moment. You need to like execute them both for best price. You'd want to buy like the calls like down here. And you want to buy the puts up here before we get to the actual event. And we probably want to wait until the last few minutes. Actually, you probably want to put the puts on right now into his speech. It's 149 for the doom and gloom, all the hedging that's going to come out right now. Like fade this with the put side, then add the 0-day calls like right there. That's a better way to describe it. Put the puts on right now. And then as we get closer, you put the calls on. You hold them both through the event. You think the speech is going to doom it? He's not that guy normally. He is speaking, though. This is a world event, right? This is to update the world. Hold on here. Nope, they're verifying my device, seeing if I'm a fucking... Oop, hold on here. This is an update for the world. Jerome comes out and he's like... Jerome's like blinking. SOS, SOS, SOS. But yeah, he's just like blinking, like, we're fucked. So Jerome, if you were to, we trade probability trades here, right? I want to address that really quick. Jerome pushed my shit in 2018. So, I want to address that. It's an important thing. Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve were famous for that until COVID. And Jerome Powell and the Fed have said that they're no longer adversarial. So those days are generally behind us. Now, pre-COVID, it's always hands off, right? Right now, it has not been like that. And you have to trade that trade until it ends. Now, he has pushed our shit in once since then. I think once. It was with the political thing. But you would still take that trade every time, right? Even if it no longer works, you would take that trade every time that Jerome's not going to disturb the markets because you'd still win more than you lost. Whether it's up or down. You know, if we already know it's going down or know it's going up. Like I'm saying that the expected, like what is he expected to do? He's gonna raise rates, we're gonna crash. He does it, right? He doesn't like surprise us with a cut when he's raising. He tells us in advance. So it's not necessarily positive or negative, but it's more like we should expect him to be in line with market expectations. So I bet we go up here. I bet we squeeze. And then he doesn't try to disrupt markets. Now, and you can be wrong. The key is like, you can be wrong, but if you take the trade 10 times, you'd be right 9 times. That's a really bad trader habit to be like, well, this time is different, or look, I was wrong. You know, it's like you're focusing on the one loss, but not the other 19 or 20 wins. So you change your trading behavior on that one loss, and you go, well, fuck it, didn't work this time. I'm going to change to the opposite now. And then you get hammered again. You lose a second time because it's still in line with expectations. So you have to track those wins and losses over 10, 20, 30 times. With a journal, I journal everything, right? To find trends, right? And probabilities of wins. Even if you lose 2 or 3 times, it doesn't make a trend, does it? I talk about that a lot here, right? Like you get a month of data, 2 months of data, 3 months of data, you start forming a trend. But if the trend is that they're not doing that, you'd be far better off taking the 3 L's for the next 7 wins, right? Because what happens is you get into this like hindsight trading, and when you get into hindsight trading, you get fucking destroyed. You turn 3 losses into 6 losses, then you blow up your account. You can get really fucked up doing that. You can blow up that's how you blow up accounts typically. Hindsight trading. So stick with trend even if you're wrong until a different trend emerges, which would be more than 3 times usually. So I don't know about today and Jerome. I'm trying to think it through in my brain right now. Like, does he disturb markets? I don't think that he does, but it's set up for it, isn't it? You can see it right here, right? They're telling you in the options market that these calls aren't going to print above this area. These calls aren't going to print. And even if they do print, they're going to sell into them. And they're telling you the way is lower into tomorrow, right? And they're going to hem you in. They're hemming you in right now. You can see it. They're selling any strength in here for lower lows. So, yeah. I don't know if I would assign this to Trump fucked me in 2018. He's going to fuck me today. But sure than shit, they don't care, do they? Or maybe they know something that we don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer here. Energy and defensive stocks. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm missing some of you guys are saying. So sorry. I'm missing the chat here. Apologize. Let me go through and read them. Call spreads? No. I took some 0 dates for a trade back here. I took a 0 date trade right here. I was considering more 0 date calls with puts for tomorrow over here. Not in those anymore. What else? I want to buy some I wanted to buy some more calls for this event, but the dealers are telling you, fuck you, no. So I got to wait until right before the event, maybe, to put those on. Call spreads I'm putting on. I think I've said this 30 times. I'm trying to put call spreads on right here. Right here. On Friday. Right here. We're talking about it all week since Sunday. I've been pinpointing it and drawing it all week since Sunday, so it's right down here somewhere. Right down in here. 92.90. 92.90. I think I've posted it in the Discord like 20 times, too. And I think I even posted the spread in the Discord, right? Wasn't it like 90, 602 or 605? This morning I posted the trade and said it's like $700 fucking trade. I want it to cost me multiples less. I want it to cost me like $5 or not $5, but like $100 or something like that to print like $300 or $400 or $500 or $600. We're not there yet. I don't think we hit the 92 till tomorrow. I don't think we hit it until tomorrow. Maybe we hit it today. I want it tomorrow. I want it on OPEX if possible. But I'll take it today. If we hit it today, I'll put the trade on. If we hit it today. This 25 BPS sell-off was generational. That's fucking hilarious. Who posted? No, John posted that. Yeah, they're ramping calls right now. Talking Monkey, nice. I see that, brother. Is that ENPH? Everybody wants to know that. Like, feel like people came in this chat this morning. And they were like, people were asking me all kinds of crazy ass questions. I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, I drew it on a calendar. Drew it on a calendar. Like, I don't know what else you want out of me. Fucking drew it with crayons. I drew it with lines. Fucking drew it on a calendar. I put it on a chart. I wrote it out in a market brief. I don't know. I wrote it with words. I wrote it with calendar. I wrote it with chart. I don't know. The moment I put a call spread on, I will tell you. The moment. Tattoo next. I'm going to draw it on my forehead with a marker for the next 2 days. I want some 0-8 fucking calls in here, though, without a fucking doubt. I'm getting greedy. You guys aren't getting greedy? I'm getting fucking FOMO right now. I got to be the only motherfucker on puts wanting to buy calls. You guys are all wanting to buy fucking puts here. I want to get long. I'm getting greedy as fuck right now. I'm drooling to get long. You guys are all like trying to get bared up. I'm like, I just want to fucking ramp-o-rama. I want to call these fucking dealers out and be like, pay me my fucking money right now, motherfucker. Fuck you. Fuck you and your pricing. Fuck you and your fucking you're Greeks. Sorry. That's a high or low right there. Ooh, I want that right now. I want that so bad right now. I want that. 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 I think I should just put them on. Say, fuck it. Just leave them on at the end of the day. Fuck these fucking bears. Let's go look at them again. I want to get some snort on. Where are we at right here? Oh, those are looking good, dude. Get out of puts. Go to fucking calls. Those fuckers are 18 cents right now. Those fucking 596s are good. 597s have come down to 7 cents right now. 596s look juicy as fuck. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can win. These fucking bears. I got some. I'm back in again. I don't give fuck these motherfuckers. These fucking guys. You're all fucking long puts. Eat a bag of dicks. Fucking dealers and fucking traders. And let's see what the what's the Discord, or what's not the Discord, the net flow. What the fuck is the net flow saying right now? That ENPH is a nice trade, by the way, with Talking Monkey. It's a nice goddamn trade. I see it over here. You're running it in I'm in the Unusual Wills bot right now. Keep on pumping, baby. Make me some money. Make me some fucking money. Give me 2 more pennies. Oh, they were buying calls again. Sons of bitches are buying calls in SPY. Been ramping calls since 12 o'clock this afternoon. Oh, yeah, we're going up. Don't get caught on the wrong side of this fucking trade. We're going up, baby. I'm staying in. I was going to... raise my ante here. There we go. I just got rid of an upside sell. Now trading 29 cents. They were 22 cents just a minute ago. These fucking bears. Oh, I'm in a trade right now. I can't pay attention to Elf. I apologize. I'm getting degenivitis right now. We will discuss that. JJBTC. I will, you know what I'll do is I will include that in the brief tonight. I will write a brief about that tonight. Done. That's a great topic. I couldn't think of a topic so last night, right? I went out to dinner last night and I'm like, I got to come up with a topic for a brief. Like there's nothing to talk about right now. Seriously, I was like, I have nothing to say. I think I've repeated myself 5 fucking times this week. That's how I feel. So like I got nothing really to talk about. I'll talk about that tonight. I'll talk about that in the brief tonight. Done. We'll discuss that in the brief tonight. Matter of fact, after this speech from Jerome Powell involves that, doesn't it? So I'll talk about that tonight. And I'm reading a bunch of shit right now about the euro. In the background, I haven't talked about it on the stream at all, but like they're like, this is a hammer, the euro is putting in a huge hammer candle at very big supports. Another very important short-term candle that indicates the euro slump should take a pause. Doom and gloom. Fuck yeah, dude, I will. The question was this. Let me ask the audience really quick. The question was, do I think the Euro USD... and also, you're getting Euro USD charts from me at nighttime, right? You're getting the pair trade from me at nighttime, right? $3 p.m. Oh, you are getting those updates? Okay, cool. I got a cool one for you I got a cool update for you tonight. In tonight's brief, I will address the pair trade Euro USD. Oh, 31 cents, baby. Woohoo! Give me some of that sweet, sexy love into this thing. All I want is this. All I want is like, bam, blam. You can do whatever the fuck you want after 4 p.m. You can do it whatever the fuck you want. That right there, and then I don't fucking care what you do. Maybe I'll take that one, and we'll go down right there. That's all I want right there. Bring me to Valhalla, baby. Make 596 great again for today. What is my analyst voice? Does my analyst voice sound like Bernie Sanders? Just give me that love. Burn all these bears just for like 5 minutes. Uh-oh, I'm back down at 27 right now. Print it for daddy. Been waiting all week for a fatty. He says, I respect Jamie Dimon of JPM Chase greatly, but he will not be invited to be a part of the Trump administration. I thank Jamie for his outstanding service to our country. He already said that he had no interest, right? You guys know that. So he never invited himself. Jamie Dimon was asked on election day or before or on election day if he would join Trump's staff. He said no. So I don't know why Trump's saying that. I gotta admit, I don't dislike Trump because he's out of his fucking mind. And he says the craziest shit. I know he gets the last word. I know. I can't say that I dislike that about Trump. It's kind of hilarious, you know. I can't say he's not funny sometimes. Even though I despise him, you got to give him that. Like someone comes out public and says, I'm not going to join the administration. Just let it pass for like 3 weeks, bro, and then we're going to say we don't welcome him. Everyone's going to forget. We're going to say Jamie Dimon's not welcome at the White House. I know you are, but what am I? He's petty. He is. He is petty. You can't say he's not petty. He is. Like, you know, the day that Jamie came out and said that, he was like, Google reminder, 2 weeks. Tell Jamie Dimon to eat a bag of dicks. Oh, God, it's so terrible just reading that. It's making my brain hurt. 4 years later. Do you feel stupider? Fuck yes, I do. Yes. The hamburger trade and the gonna trade on, gonna trade off. The Taroof trade. Taroofs. We would call them Taroofs. Turfs. Tariffs. We got tariffs. We got the tariff trade. Tarif. That's right, the Tarif trade. We got the round 'em up trade. Do you feel dumber? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm dumb already. I feel even dumber. But I made a fuck ton of money and I laughed my ass off the whole way. Oh, man. Hey, Atlas Energy is looking good right now, by the way. It's rising now, trading $20.44. Atlas Energy. Green Man likes it. God. Oh, my head hurts. I guess we should bring up all the big boys here, right? HYG. Whoop. We got the VIX up. We got the DIX up. We got some TLT. Everyone. Oh, by the way, TLT, man. Like, everybody's in TLT. Everybody's jumping in the TLT pool. Everybody's partying on TLT. Buy, TLT. That was this morning. Yesterday, they were super ramping it yesterday. It was like every news feed I had, like all like the, like the McGilligots and the fucking GS and UBS, and they're like, buy, TLT. Yeah, they've been pushing that fucking trade big time. There's like a long short CTAs on bonds. I posted it yesterday in the Discord. They're just begging to get long TLT right now for the trade too. Like they don't care, like in and out kind of stuff. It's just too juicy to pass up. It's not because of the macro. That's what I'm going to talk to you guys about tonight in that U.S. Euro U.S. dollar trade. Like sometimes it's not about macro. It's just like we're oversold. Buy it anyways. We know. And that's the argument for TLT is long it right now. Yes, it's gonna go to fucking. It's gonna implode. Yes, but it doesn't matter. We're as low as we're gonna get. So long it, squeeze it, and then we'll send it down to 82, 62, whatever. Come on, man. My 96s are fucking burning right now. My 96s printed like 50. Now I'm slightly underwater here. Grinding me out, baby. Shh. Give me 96 in the money. In the money. Give me 96 in the money. I'm not asking for 97. You can keep that 97 all day long, all day long. Just put me in the money with 96. I'm reading the Trump shit right now. It's fucking so petty. Whoever said that in the stream is fucking bullseye. It's fucking so petty. Fucking Trump. Like you never hear from Biden, do you? Like never hear from Biden. Ever. It's going to be such a shit show. He can't control himself. Literally cannot fucking control himself. Like it's going to be like Trump tweets all day long, 24 hours a day. We should do a webhook. Bork. We should probably do a webhook in the Discord in like the market chat. This motherfucker will move markets. He will. You wait and see. Woof. Looking. I'm not kidding. I love Breeze. That's a great fucking trade, man. Breeze is great. That's a nice printing ticker. I love that ticker a ton. They buy those excess drops down there and just run it they like run it again and again and again and again. Yeah, I think we should do a webhook with Trump trades because he does impact the market. Like just that tweet right now about Jamie Dimon. Like as soon as he's president, we don't need to do it today, but once he takes the oath to be the president of the United States, I think we should do a webhook about it or for it. We should probably put it inside futures trading pit too. 100%. Like you're trading futures or something, and he's sitting on the shitter at like 2 a.m. You're like, doo-doo-doo, London's great. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Trump's sitting on the shitter, and he's like, China deal off. And I'm short futures right now on the shitter. I'm dead serious. You guys wait and see. You guys fuck around and find out. You're gonna get torched. I can't wait. I can't, like, the first month of Trump in office is gonna be, dude, I'm Republican, man, and I got torched. Yep. That's me. That's totally me, 45. I was talking with David AMS about it, and I was like, dude, this is going to be wild. And he's like, definitely going to be wild, without a doubt. I think everyone's looking forward to it to some extent. You guys got to be looking forward to it, right? Without your, even Democrats, you got to be, like, you're going to make a ton of money off this shit. Ton of money. Nino just said his comment about EV tax credits cost me $5,000. Woof. We're switching the chat. We're no longer putting the chat up on the screen. We're going to try to focus the chat into the Discord now. That's the plan, is rotate into the Discord so that I can answer people's questions. Try to keep the chat in the Discord. I do have the ability sometimes to check that chat, but not all day long. Like I was trying to look at it right here, and I was advised that people couldn't see me, that the chat was a mess. People from the Discord couldn't see. I don't know. I was being told. I was asked by my producer to try it out this way, so we're gonna try it this way and see how it goes. I post all my trades in the Discord. Opening and closing, and I pin them. And I got one coming up right now. Literally, this whole fucking week, I've been telling you about it. This whole fucking week, I'm like, I want to buy literally. This week told you I got 3 great fucking trades for the end of the year. Do I have to keep repeating myself? You guys are making my eyes bleed at this point. Literally spent 3 fucking days going over the 3 trades. We got to trade before Thanksgiving. We got to trade before Christmas. We got to trade before the coronation. 3 of them. Literally drawn the entire fucking trade out to right here. Right fucking here. Call spread. Call spread. The last one I just traded. We picked it up at 470, 475, right? And we ran it up and took the money and ran on stream. Every single time. What else to say? I'm trying. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. China. How does he say that? How does Trump say it? China. China? Well, I gotta listen to it again. You're right, talking monkey. I gotta look that up right now. Trump says China. Okay, let's listen to it.
Let's say China. 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 You go over to China. 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 You take China.
China.
China. I love them. China. China. China, China, China. I have to have my China. China, China, because China, 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 China. China, 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 China now, China, China. You know, China. I know China very well. China, 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 China. China, China, China.
Northwest Wisconsin, where I'm from.
It's China to me. China, 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 China. China, China, China. You want to buy from China? That's great. Buy from China. Buy toys from China. China in particular. China. China. I have people that I know in China. China. China.
I have people everywhere in China. I got no people in China.
China, 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 China. I've been saying China. China, China, China.
I've been saying China for so long.
China, 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 China.
Let me ask you about China.
I go to China. China, 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 China.
Well, this motherfucker, like, this is his whole fucking platform.
China, 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 China. In China, they say I don't like China. I love China. People think I don't
They
like
say I don't like China. I love China. No, I got people in China.
China, China, China. I deal with China. China, China, big league, China. So don't tell me.
Big league China.
China, 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 China. Whether it's China, China. So if you went to China and you wanted to get a job in China, I don't knock China. How could I dislike China? A man from China. China. You have China. Carl, take China. China, China, China.
That's so terrible. Can't do it. It's fucking terrible. You wait. China, 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 baby. China. I know. What do you do? Like, what do you, like, China deal on, China deal off, China deal on, China deal off, China deal on, China deal off, China deal on. I can't wait till he brings Mexico in. Mexico deal off. Mexico deal on. Canada deal off. Canada deal on. Germany deal off. Germany, I don't know, fucking know what he's going to pick this time. Right? Like, oh, man. I would, like, when that shit first started, I'd be like long calls overnight, holding zero dates, fucking market down 5%. Fucking, oh God, I'm so fucked. I would stay up all night long. He'd go back on and say the deal was back on again, and my calls would be saved by open. Whew. Oh, baby. And I'd be like glued to the TV. Please tell me he's going to do a presser at like 8:30. Please, 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 please tell me there's a presser. Tell me he's going to do it. Tell me he's going to do it. Tell me he's going to do a tweet on Twitter. Save my shit, man. I'm so fucked. Make Vol great again. That would make a good t-shirt. Like, make Vol great again and have Trump on it, right? Ah, volatility is an asset class. Yes. Have you ever considered volatility as an asset class? I bet that trade comes back into trade play too, right? Oh, is there one of them saying billions again? Billions. Billions. Yeah, I'm shocked they took the time to piece all that together too. That's a lot of work. I do some video editing. Not a lot, but I have. I used to make videos a lot. I used to do a lot of video. That, like cutting and splicing all that shit together, that had to take some time, without a doubt. Like what you had to watch to get the clip, then when you had to clip it in and out, and all that other kind of stuff. Oh God, that's so terrible. So terrible. Yeah, you have to watch it. That's the thing. Is like you had to watch it all. You don't have a choice. That's what a lot of the presidency is going to be like too. If you're a Democrat or you're a traitor, you're fucked. You're like me. I'm fucked. I'll be watching every single goddamn thing he says. You know, it's not like most presidents. You might see him once or twice, right? They schedule some shit, and you got to pay attention to. I think we've played Biden what, twice maybe twice. 2:28, half an hour. I'm going to take a quick break, go potty really quick. Yesterday, you guys kept me on the chair all day long. I've got the news squawker on. Give me just a half an hour here. I do have some calls on. I personally am going to give you my take here, okay? I am long right now, 0 dates. I've been long twice now, 0 dates. In the market, my expectation here is that we squeeze and that whatever Jerome Powell says is not going to disrupt the markets. We're going to go up. And then they're going to hit us with the questions and answers as we get into the 4 o'clock hour. And they're going to sell us down into tomorrow. Okay? This is what I'm trading. Don't trade what I trade. You trade what you trade. I trade what I trade. You understand me? Now, these fucking dealers and these fucking fly holders and these fly sellers and condor owners and whatever, they want nothing more to see us go down into Friday and then up into the close. All right? They're just trying to keep us in that 6,000 range. So let me show you something here. This is SPX Gamma. We told you earlier in the week. Told you on Sunday. Told you on Monday. Told you on Tuesday. Told you on Wednesday. And last night I said, fuck this, I ain't saying anymore. I've said enough. I've repeated the same brief over and over and over. I can't say it anymore. So we've got a pin here at 6,000 for OpEx. OpEx is tomorrow. So they've done their job, right? Pin us, pin us, pin us. Goddamn bulls trying to make the market go up. We can't go up, can't go up, can't go up, can't go up. Whoop. Okay, fine. I got my shit printed. You can get out. You can print this now, and there's a window to go higher. Make sense? We got one more day left. On Monday, we should start trading higher at the latest.
$1.98.
But they've done their job, right? Demand. I posted for you in the Discord earlier today.
NYMEX natural
Voice news disconnected.
Earlier today, I posted for you some data from UBS saying what? People are loading up here. Been loading up down here, loading up down here, loading up down here. They don't care. They're just buy or but. This morning, Uncle JBJ and I at 8 a.m. we're talking about Billy and VWAP Billy. And, you know, we don't care. We just buy. Buy, 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 buy. And that's what they're doing down here. Buy, 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 buy. Okay? Now, personally, I would like to see one more leg down. I fucking hate Billy, to be honest with you. So Billy Boy thinks we're going up. And we might go up a little bit here, but see that cross coming up right here? I would love nothing more than for us to squeeze up into this and have somebody ask some shitty question, hit the fire, the Bears hit the fire alarm, doo-doo, and we just blast down really quick, and then we go higher. Do I think we're going higher? Yeah. I want to kill all those calls, though, before I put my call spread on. So hopefully we can get one more down day tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to get it, though. We may not get that last leg. I'm looking for that last little sexy leg down there. Doom and gloom on a Friday. Burn it all down. And meanwhile, I'm getting long here. Make sense? Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. You know, you got Jerome Powell tells you everything is fine. We break above here. Yahoo, we're squeezing. We're out of here. Coming to Friday, and we're right at 6,000 by the bell, right? So here's the counter bullish trade against what I want to do. Friday. Oh, I have it here for Friday, right here, 6 p.m. Right there, Friday. We've got a long time till we get there. Believe it or not, this is a 1-minute chart. You know, they could pull this bullshit right here, you know, or they could even pull the bullshit at 6,000 and just grind it. all day long, right? On 6,000. So I've got some exposure in the close on that, just in case I get left behind. They try leaving me behind in this trade. Try pulling some freak out like, oh, you know what, Cap? Sorry, we ain't going down, buddy. If those things burn, I'm not too upset about. It's 20 cents, not too fucking bad. 22 cents. Can't really complain. Maybe I can catch that right now. You get what I'm saying? Real support, gamma flip. I'll leave this up down here so you can see that cross. There's a real negative cross coming here. See that half-hour trigger coming down over that hourly trigger? And if you look here on SPY, it's right here, right? You see it? They're going to try to slam us down. Just be aware of it. If I'm wrong, somebody has to help Billy. Yeah, like the thing is, you can't go up without Billy getting beat up, right? We can't go up without if all these people are buying calls here, dealers are not going to let us go up without double, triple buying those calls, right? We need bag holders. We need the original Billy buyers to be bag holders. Double, triple down. I agree with you, though. We got to put the screws to Billy until we start going higher. Make him buy twice. Billy's gotten beaten up all day long, too. It's kind of great to see. All right, I'll be right back with you guys. It's 2:35. I'll be back here by 2:50. 2:50.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says, I'm not so optimistic that inflation will go away quickly.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Brent crude futures settle at $72.56 a barrel. That's up 28 cents or 0.39%.
And just a heads up out there. At 2 p.m., Trump said, or I shouldn't say, the day right around the election, Jamie Dimon, or before the election, it was proposed for Jamie Dimon to join Treasury. And after Trump won the election, Jamie Dimon came out and said, I have no interest in joining the Treasury Department under the Trump administration. This afternoon at 2 p.m., Trump came out and said, Jamie Dimon will not be a part of my administration. We're not inviting him into the admin. At 2:45 p.m., Jamie Dimon released another statement stating, I am not very optimistic that inflation will go away quickly.
Comments from the Federal Reserve Chairman Powell, who speaks on the economic outlook at the Regional Chamber Dallas Fed and World Affairs Council meeting.
We're doing a little bit of tit for tat here.
Text is expected, and live video. Text expected, and the live video pinned to their entry on the calendar.
Yeah, it's going to be a fucking mess. We already know that, right? Without a goddamn doubt. It is going to be a mess. Sorry, I'm like Moose John a bunch of stuff here. Yeah, it's going to get ridiculous. If nothing else, it's going to be quite entertaining. They can't get rid of Powell, though. No, they can't legally right now. They could possibly change the rules. But right now, they cannot. My options are like wilding right now. Yeah. Yeah, the golf game thing. Well, no, I have no firsthand. Well, I have one example of this. I have a friend who's like a very old money in the U.S. He's an heir to one of the largest companies in the United States of America, of all places. Or like, if you think about like the largest company or the largest companies in the U.S., he owns one of them. He's an heir. He's one of the heirs to him. Sorry for eating on stream. I'm eating peanut brittle. Shouldn't be doing this. But he's old money. And you never know it. You would never know this guy's a billionaire. He's a fucking billionaire. I have an actual billionaire friend, like legit billionaire friend. You'd never know it, man. And it's like, it's not new money. It's old money, which is completely different. Like multi-generational billionaires, it ain't like that new billionaire. They don't live like that or act like that. They live almost like, what's the book about like the girl that's rich and she grows up in this, the Kennedys were like this too. Oh, 47 cents, baby! Selling right now. Give me that fucking money! Comes on the show, he draws all these lines for you. And then he does mini lines inside the lines. And I don't take those trades.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We expect comments from the Fed's chairman, Powell, who speaks on the economic outlook in Dallas. Live video to watch in Canada for anyone interested. Reminder text is expected.
Making money. Make money.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
You guys want me to go over that trade again with you? Right here. Right here. Right here. Yeah. We're going to do it now in the after hours if they squeeze us. We'll just fake price in the middle of the night. Fake futures. Don't worry about it. They ain't going to 6,000 on Friday. That was an outstanding trade right there. 100% fucking ripper. Done. We got a free trade from Cappy today. Done, done, done. What else we got here? So, wait, what are we talking about here? 4 minutes left until it starts. 4 minutes. I will have the stream up on the bottom right hand screener down here for you. I just made a trade for 22 cents to 46 cents. Pretty happy. Pretty good trade. Call that a good day. Another good fucking day. Put this right down here. 3 minutes left. Is Daddy gonna come save your calls? Oh, fucking love this day. It's a good day. And I'm happy again. I'm back to being happy. I had a bad meal last night. I went out to dinner last night. I was told it was the best Mexican restaurant in Detroit, period. Bar none. Metro, Detroit, city of Detroit. I ordered a steak. I don't normally do that at a Mexican restaurant, but this place wasn't like your normal American Mexican, or it didn't seem like it. It was awful. It cost me $43 for the steak, which is kind of cheap for what it pretended itself to be. I said that word twice now today. And I was very disappointed. It came to me rare, and the quality and cut of the steak was like, it was like a half-inch steak. I was like, what the fuck is this? It looked like it was one of those like what do they call them, IQC or something, IQ something, I don't know. Like a frozen steak. I was kind of blown away by it. I'm like, what the fuck am I eating here? I asked for a refund, and I said I don't want to eat this. And she didn't come back and do a 2-minute check back either. But so I just didn't eat it. Eventually, when she got there, everybody was done with their dinner, and my steak was now cold, raw. It was raw. It was like black-a-boo, maybe you call it. He goes, do you want me to have them warm it up for you? I'm like, no.
10 seconds.
They wouldn't take it off the bill. Whoa.
So Fed's Powell says the economy is not sending signals that the US central bank needs to be in a hurry to lower rates. Fed is committed to finishing the job on inflation. Powell expects inflation to continue to come down towards the 2% goal on a sometimes bumpy path. Moving policy over time towards neutral policy path is not preset. The Fed is closely tracking the gradual decline in housing services inflation, which has yet to fully normalize. Labor market has cooled to a point where it is no longer a source of significant inflationary pressure. Recent US economic performance remarkably good. The labor market is solid. Inflation is sustainably on a path to 2%. Fed expects these rates to continue to fluctuate in recent ranges, watching carefully to be sure that they do. Powell says total PCE price index likely rose 2.3% for October from earlier this year versus 2.1% seen in September. Core PCE, he forecasts, likely rose to 2.8%.
Good thing I wasn't long calls there. Woo! Got out early.
Economic strength gives the Fed the ability to approach its decision carefully. So seeing some weakness in the S&P 500 here and some strength in the dollar as Powell upwardly revises PCE numbers for the coming reports. Worth noting as well, again, Powell does see a somewhat bumpy path on inflation returning back to target, but does clarify his confidence on inflation.
We'll discuss that later afterwards, after he speaks here. And Jamie Dimon coming out and saying the same thing. We've discussed that on this show already. At the last FOMC meeting, would he bring that up? And we'll hit on that topic again at the end of the show today or after Jerome is done speaking. He did say that the labor market has cooled to a point where it is no longer a source of significant inflationary pressures. That is key.
US two-year Treasury yields extend their rise after Powell's speech, last up 3.8 basis points, around 4.322%.
This right here, this yellow line is the weekly low, the yellow line. We breached it earlier, here, and here again. And we will discuss today, what this means. There are 4 usual culprits.
US short-term interest rate futures down after Fed's Chair Powell speaks.
Sometimes 5, right? 4 or 5, right? So we've got supply and demand, production costs, monetary policy, wage price spiral, and supply shocks, main drivers of inflation. That statement change from Jerome saying that the labor market is solid. I'll say a few things. The labor market has cooled to a point where it is no longer a source of significant inflationary pressures. He also said the labor market is solid. Inflation is on a sustainable path to 2%. But he's talking about that they are less clear on the path forward for inflation, or there's more risk to inflation spiking. And Jamie Dimon said the same thing, or as much, just about 20 minutes ago.
The S&P 500 again losing ground slightly after Fed's Chair Powell's comments.
That's not bad. Just the whole trip up right here.
Extend that.
It's just the original run right there. Wall Street believes that under Trump, inflation is going to rage. Now, they thought it would increase under Harris' second term, but they said that he would spend more than she would. There's also risk of shock from tariffs and from immigrants, removing illegal immigrants. Oh, just got 593.33 just then. Removing illegal immigrants. What is it? What's going on here?
Trim bets on Fed rate cuts following Powell's remarks. Fed December rate cuts still seen as more likely than not, though.
I'm not seeing Jerome here. They're doing these weird cuts right now. So I realize that some of you don't believe this, or you think there's an eye of a needle that you can send the needle through, where we run it hot and dirty. But there is some left tail risk to at least pricing that in. I don't think it's today. I think it's in spring that we price that danger into the market. It could be sooner. I don't have a crystal ball when it comes to that stuff. And you got to remember that Trump is not president yet. And we really don't know what he's going to do. We don't know if it's bluster. And a lot of these back end, like S&P Global, saying no. You're not going to see those tariffs. You're not going to see immigrants removed from the country in the way that he's portraying. So we haven't self-realized any of that stuff either. But he is opening the door to that conversation. He changed his speech at the FOMC rate decision slightly to reflect that, and he's doing it again today. The unknown unknowns of Trump policy. Of raging inflation. So we're going to have to talk about that. We talked about it pretty extensively, and I made you a brief about it, discussing inflation. I think it was this past Sunday I made that brief for you, or last Sunday. Discussed the Trump trade in particular, and its impact on our markets and that kind of stuff. Now, there's something else to say here, which is Larry. Ooh, am I getting my target here? I'll take that target today. If you give it to me today, I'll take it. If you squeeze us all the way down here, I'll put that trade on. Keep on sending us down, baby. Larry Williams last year, not this year, last year, gave his yearly outlook for 2024. And even a year ago, he said in his report, in his webinar, he said, look, he said, this is my outlook for 2024. And when he was pressed on his outlook for 2025, he said he had a more dour outlook starting in 25, but that he couldn't pin it down. And when he was pressed on the issue, he discussed the inflation rate and the super trend of inflation. And his point was that sometime by summer of 25, we should hit a bottom, a major bottom in inflation. Now, these are the charts that he uses when he does his time stuff. Should I buy this right now? I think I want to buy this. Let me turn this on.
Emphasis on data-driven journalism. She is also a politics and economics commentator for CNN, a special correspondent for PBS News.
You guys hear that?
And a contributor to the public radio show Marketplace. She serves on the advisory board for the Journal of Economic Perspectives. Catherine previously worked for the New York Times as an economic reporter and editor and columnist.
I can't hear shit.
Magazine's It's the Economy column. She also wrote theater reviews for The Times. Catherine received the 2021 Online Journalism Award for Commentary, the 2010 Weidenbaum Center Award for Evidence-Based Journalism, and is a 7-time Gerald Loeb Award finalist. She grew up in Florida and graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Princeton. And now, as we begin the moderated conversation, I ask you that you join me in welcoming Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to the podium.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you to the World Affairs Council, to the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, and to the Dallas Regional Chamber for the kind invitation to be with you today. I have just a few brief comments on the economy and monetary policy before we move to our conversation. So looking back, the U.S. economy has weathered a global pandemic and its aftermath and is now back to a good place. The economy has made significant progress toward our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices.
Oh, this is the video feed. It's not me.
In solid condition. Inflation has eased substantially from its peak, and we believe it is on a sustainable path to our 2% goal.
I can barely hear this fucking guy.
We are committed to maintaining our economy's strength by returning inflation to our goal while supporting maximum employment. The recent performance of our economy has been remarkably good, by far the best of any major economy in the world. Economic output grew by more than 3% last year and is expanding at a stout 2.5% rate so far this year. Growth in consumer spending has remained strong, supported by increases in disposable income and solid household balance sheets. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has accelerated over the past year. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has been weak. Improving supply conditions have supported this strong performance of the economy. The labor force has expanded rapidly, and productivity has grown faster over the past 5 years than its pace in the two decades before the pandemic, increasing the productive capacity of the economy and allowing rapid economic growth without overheating. The labor market remains in solid condition, having cooled off from the significantly overheated conditions of a couple of years ago, and is now, by many metrics, back to more normal levels that are consistent with our employment mandate. The number of job openings is now just slightly above the number of unemployed Americans seeking work. The rate at which workers quit their jobs is below the pre-pandemic pace after touching historic highs 2 years ago. Wages are still increasing, but at a more sustainable pace, and hiring has slowed from earlier in the year. The most recent jobs report for October reflected significant effects from hurricanes and labor strikes, making it difficult to get a clear signal. Finally, at 4.1%, the unemployment rate is notably higher than a year ago, but has flattened out in recent months and remains historically low. Turning to inflation, the labor market has cooled to the point where it is no longer a source of significant inflationary pressures. This cooling and the substantial improvement in broader supply conditions have brought inflation down significantly over the past 2 years from its mid-2022 peak above 7%. Progress on inflation has been broad-based. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data released this week indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in October, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Core measures of goods and services inflation, excluding housing, fell rapidly over the past 2 years and have returned to rates closer to those consistent with our goals. We expect that these rates will continue to fluctuate in their recent ranges, and we're watching carefully to be sure that they do, however.
Keep your eye on this. Keep your eye on this. See this bar down here?
Housing services inflation, which has...
Your eye right there. That's that 92.90 down there.
Inflation is running much closer to our 2% goal, but it's
right
not
here
there yet, and we are committed to finishing the job. With labor market conditions in rough balance and inflation expectations well anchored, I expect inflation to continue to come down toward our 2% objective, albeit on a sometimes bumpy path. Given progress toward our inflation goal and the cooling of labor market conditions, last week my Federal Open Market Committee colleagues and I took another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 0.25 percentage point. We're confident that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the economy and the labor market can be maintained with inflation moving sustainably down to 2%. We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks to both sides.
602 and 605.
We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment.
2,
We're moving policy over time to a more normal setting.
595,
But the path for getting there
600.
is not preset. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, we will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The economy is not sending any signals that we need to be in a hurry to lower rates. The strength we're currently seeing in the economy gives us the ability to approach our decisions carefully. Ultimately, the path of the policy rate will depend on how the incoming data and the economic outlook evolve. We remain resolute in our commitment to the dual mandate given to us by Congress: maximum employment and price stability. Our aim has been to return inflation to our objective without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has often accompanied past efforts to bring down high inflation. That would be a highly desirable result for the communities, families, and businesses we serve. While the task is not complete, we've made a good deal of progress toward that outcome.
So,
Thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion.
don't be done talking, motherfucker.
Thank you.
You want a quick second here, guys? I'm trying to put a trade on here. Hold on.
Chair.
That was very short.
I will note that you are not the only Fed official.
That was extremely short. Hold on one second here. I got to do one quick thing. One quick second here. Hold on one second here. Sell the 602, right?
Fed's power says the Fed independence means monetary policy decisions can't be reversed or can't be reviewable. As we make decisions, we are not thinking about the well-being of any political party.
On here. Sorry about that. Trying to put on a spread here. See that bar right there? We could go down just a little bit more, like right here. So if you're in the Discord, I'm typing some stuff in right now. I really want to end the stream and make it private. I'm being serious.
Fed's power says it's too early to reach judgments on the effect of Trump policies.
Because I want to tell you guys some more details here because there's more to it. So we can still do this over here tomorrow. I just don't want to get left behind. It's so fucking close. Like, it's so close that I don't know that I care. It's so goddamn close. Like, that tick down there. I mean, I still think we can go down there. I'm early. I already know that.
Fed's power says when it comes to fiscal policy, it takes a long time to get a bill through.
Should I make it private? Should I make the stream private here? I can do that. You guys want to go private with it? Because I don't want to be fucking, I don't want anyone fucking public knowing we're trading. All right, we'll do it. All right, I want to thank you for joining us today on the stream. I'm going to give you a quick update and expectations into tomorrow. And I got to do a private stream here for members. I think I owe them that. I don't want to talk about it in public. I don't like putting stuff out there on Twitter or on a stream and stuff like that. It's kind of important. So
changes before we react with
this is what we're going to talk about before the end of the day. I'll be back here tomorrow with you at 9:30 in the morning. We're going to take a look at some expectations into tomorrow. Nothing has changed. So for at least like from like a rational perspective here, right? Like rational probability based perspective, I think that we roll down into tomorrow to trade 592, 590. This is where my used call lot is, where I want to buy a dip somewhere down in here for a Thanksgiving trade. I want to be out before expiration date for me personally. We might get more screaming highs or stuff after expiration, after NVDA report, all that kind of stuff. But for me, I'm okay with this right here. All right? Or with this trade somewhere in this zone. Now, we did get a really good low here. Like this low right here. I mean, that fucking low is outstanding. 593.02. It's just $1 from my buy zone, you know? Look at how close that is. You know, like if we were to come down here tomorrow and turn around, it's so goddamn close on that wick. If we were to blast down here, you could add again. It's not a V-shaped recovery, so I'm probably early even thinking that might be bottom, but I hate being fucking left behind. It always gets me. The FOMO gets me down here. Every fucking time it gets me when we're down here. And this event was kind of weird to me. Like this Jerome event was bizarre. Did you guys find that event bizarre? We'll have to talk more about it tomorrow. I'll put it in the brief tonight. I thought the whole thing was bizarre. The sound of it, the audio was bizarre. But I do want to talk to our community because I put these trades on, and 3 weeks later, people are like, "Oh, I didn't know." So I want to start talking to them about this trade, more detail and stuff. Oh yeah, baby. And as a matter of fact, oh come on, print these fucking things. I got zero dates on too, and they're dicking me on these zero dates. I got zero dates on too right here. Still, I bought zero dates down here. They were winning, then they were losing, then they're winning. They're trying to reprice them right now as they go into the close. They can fuck right off and hold them to the close. But I got another trade on too. And I'm beginning my trade. I'll tell you this. I'm beginning my trade. And on this bottom down here, I was working in the background trying to put a trade on down here. And I am starting the process of longing the market at this point. I want you to know that. I can tell you that. Between today and tomorrow, I'm starting the process of getting long. My expectations are we trade ultimately 625 by January 20th. So I think there's three rally trades left in front of us. I think there's one for Thanksgiving. I think there's one for Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever. And then I think there's a third one for January. Can you hold on 1 second, please? And so we're there. We've been waiting all fucking week long. I ain't waiting. It's goddamn Thursday. They can fuck right off. I'm going to start right now. You know what I mean? So I'm going to end the stream right now and just get with my community before it's 3:29. I want to get with them for a half an hour if they have any questions. So if you are a member, I'm going to give you a post. I'm going to post a private link to the market chat in the Discord. Okay, in just a moment. Well, you'd all have a wonderful afternoon. I'll be back with you tomorrow. If you are looking for, like I usually give you guys preliminary expectations, nothing's changed. So into tomorrow, looking for a low at 92.90 for the market to unclench and move higher before we get to NVIDIA and the rest of the reports coming out. And I appreciate you guys being here all day long. I will give you guys a more of an update on Fed Powell because that was kind of weird. This whole afternoon was weird. Jamie Dimon, Trump, and then this speech was kind of fucking bizarre. Almost like he didn't think he'd be giving too many more speeches in the future.